It was January 22nd, 1998. It was Stan's 38th birthday. He didn't come to work, and that's not like Stanley. Here's a very diligent person with a very high-profile job, and he had an appointment that he didn't show up for and didn't call anybody about. A federal prosecutor was missing, and nobody knew where he was. A group of his friends were throwing him a party at a club in downtown Manhattan. It was his birthday, and he didn't come to his own birthday party.
Did he go out? Did he go partying? Did he drink? Was he using drugs? Was he involved in some sexcapades? You know, they were saying no. You know, he's kind of a quiet, mild-mannered guy. Like, he wouldn't just disappear. He wouldn't just not come to work.
One possibility was that he was at home, either ill or sleeping or passed out. When we arrived at Stanley's apartment, the superintendent didn't have the key. So one of the guys followed the building superintendent up the fire escape, and the superintendent used his elbow to smash in Stanley's kitchen windows. There was nothing that indicated that Stanley had been there recently. Then somebody pressed the answering machine on his telephone.
Hi, it's Stan. Please leave a message.
You know, beep, happy birthday from some friend or relative. And then the third message was, this is your credit card company calling to say there's unusual activity on your card. A couple of beeps after that was even worse. A person called and she said, I found your wallet in Bedford-Stuyvesant in the garbage. And that was really scary. Bedford-Stuyvesant is a tough neighborhood in Brooklyn. What would his wallet be doing in Bedford-Stuyvesant? Somebody said, maybe he's lying in an alleyway somewhere bleeding. And somebody else said, or maybe, or he was dead.
This is unbelievable. There's got to be something more to the story. As we started to look into it, people were thinking, this is just really way too crazy to be true.
This was clearly a serious item in New York City. A federal prosecutor is missing. He hasn't been heard from for 24 hours. People are scared.
There was sort of this hysteria in the apartment with his friends there. You know, everybody had their theory, you know, of where Stan was and what happened to Stan.
Certainly it was possible to me that he'd been murdered.
You know, we're sort of trying to come up with a plan of action when the phone rings. We sort of looked at each other and we're like, well, somebody get it.
So I answer the phone and the voice on the other end of the phone says, this is Stan, who is this? And so I tell him who I am. I say, are you all right? And he says, yes, I'm all right, but I was kidnapped.
And we were sort of kind of stunned by that. You know, he was kidnapped. I mean, who would kidnap a United States attorney?
I just ran for it. I ran across Prospect Park West and went down one of the side streets on my way to 7th Avenue. There was a pizza place that was open. And I started saying to the guy behind the counter, can I use your phone? Can I use your phone? I was just kidnapped. Can I use your phone? I'm a federal prosecutor, but I made it out. You know, can I please use your phone? I gotta call people. He looked at me like I had 3 heads.
And I said, Stan, where are you?
So all we got on the phone was, I'm at a pizzeria in Brooklyn. Stay where you are, we're coming to get you. Stay where you are.
We piled in cars. I went with one agent. I remember feeling incredibly frustrated because he wasn't zooming through the red lights.
When the agents and detectives picked up Stan in Brooklyn, he was in front of a pizzeria, right where he said he would be.
When we drove up and I saw him, he looked almost like a skeleton.
He looked exhausted. He was really, really nervous. You know, looked like he'd been up all night.
So they drove me from Brooklyn to the 9th precinct in the East Village. And they brought me inside and they put me in a room.
And they started questioning him, and he started going through his story. And it wasn't until, you know, hours later that we would start hearing, you know, the details of that evening, you know, between the drugs and the sex.
People were like, you know, this doesn't make sense at all. It was a pretty bizarre story that most people were having trouble embracing.
You're kind of rolling your eyes thinking, oh my gosh, this is crazy, this is crazy.
The night of January 21st, 1998, I went on a blind date. Didn't work out. An hour later, I got on the train to come home. It was a freezing cold night, one of those bitterly cold winter New York nights. There was nobody around. It was roughly 11 o'clock. I was walking down 10th Street toward 5th Avenue in the Village. And as I get toward the corner of 10th Street and 5th Avenue, from out of nowhere, I didn't see it, I didn't hear it before, I feel a tug on my elbow. I spin around. There's a big, fat, black-barreled automatic machine gun sticking in my gut. There are two guys behind me. They shove me from behind. They push me out into the street. Move, move. Don't say a word. Just get in the car. They put me in the back seat of the car. I could see the outline of the word Lexus on the dash, so I knew we were in a Lexus. The guy in front of me starts talking. What's your name? Stanley. Stanley, let me tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you to the cash machine, and we're gonna get your money. And if you with us, we will kill you. That guy was named Lucky. The toughest thug was called Sen. He was across from me to the right. And almost by accident, I didn't want to. I looked at him, our eyes met, and Sen stuck his pistol in my face, and he screamed at me. He's like, got big eyes. I should kill you for those big eyes. The guy on my right, his name was Ren. Ren seemed to be more of a henchman. He seemed to be the one who would just do what they told him. They took me to the cash machine at 23rd Street and 6th Avenue. Lucky goes in to get money. So they asked me how much I had in my savings account. And I knew I had to tell the truth because all I have to do is go put in my PIN number and they can know everything. So I said somewhere around $110,000. They heard that number and they were amazed. Well, that's the point where the plan shifted. They drove towards the West Side Highway and Lucky started explaining to me what their plan was. He said, we're gonna hold you overnight and tomorrow morning we're gonna take you to a bank and you're gonna withdraw $50,000. And if you don't cooperate, we'll kill you. And then he ordered Ren to blindfold me. So Ren pulls my scarf off and wraps it around my eyes, you know, my own scarf, ties it tight. Then he shoved me down on the seat next to him in a fetal position, and they drove. I didn't know where we were going. It was too early to think at that point. I was just petrified. It was the most horrifying moment you can imagine. They decided that they had caught something that they wanted to keep for a while. That was me. The agents interviewed me with all deliberate seriousness, and they kept me there for hours.
Stan told a story. You know, he's kidnapped off the streets at gunpoint, but
I had absolutely no clue that they didn't find my story credible. Not a clue. You got to keep in mind I'm blindfolded. What you learn if you're blindfolded is you can pick up a lot through your sense of hearing. When we go through the tunnel that's at the bottom of Manhattan, I know we're through that tunnel because it sounds different. And a few minutes later, I could hear us going over a bridge. So I knew we were going somewhere in Brooklyn or Queens. They pushed me out of the car. I went up a couple of steps, through a doorway, a couple of steps more, through another doorway, down a long, thin hallway, and then they shoved me up the stairs. And now I'm trapped in somebody's apartment. And I can still see a little bit out the bottom of my blindfold. I can see 2 mattresses on the floor. It looks like a place where people just crash. The most obviously terrifying, violent member of the gang was Sen. Actually, I could practically feel him close to me at one point, you know, pointing the gun at me and saying, "Stanley, you ever see one of these guns? All I gotta do is pull the trigger and bam, 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 your brains will be all over that wall." Repeatedly, they kept cocking and uncocking the guns so that I could hear it. They demanded my father's address. It was in my wallet. Lucky told me that if I didn't cooperate with them at the bank in the morning, he would kill my father, that they would break every bone in my father's body.
It always drove me crazy that they picked him of all people, because apparently they thought he was some rich Wall Street lawyer type.
Stan was a federal prosecutor. That was a very important job. He's a person who wants to make an impact on the world, and in many ways wants to make the world a better place. Stanley was certainly not born with a silver spoon. He was the kind of guy who had to work for everything he had.
I grew up lower middle class in Brooklyn. We didn't have a lot of money. I spent all my time out on the streets. I was a little guy, a little skinny guy, so talking your way out of things was one good skill that you needed to learn. A few minutes later, I could hear the front door of the apartment open, and I could hear a bunch of footsteps. I could hear them talking, "Hey, D, hey, Mystic, what's up? How you doing? How'd you do out on the street?"
Mercedes and Mystic come into the apartment. These 2 teenage girls who are prostitutes, and they're friends of Ren and Sen.
So a few minutes after that, Lucky left the apartment. And, you know, you got the feeling that people were kind of settling in. Somebody struck a match, and you could smell the marijuana. So then they're smoking pot, and you can hear that there are sexual acts going on. And, you know, this was awful good thing that I was blindfolded because I couldn't see what was happening around me.
So here is Stan, this sort of reserved U.S. attorney, is sitting on a mattress while two people are having sex next to him. And then another couple is having sex across the room. Oh my gosh, this didn't happen. This guy got lost for 24 hours and he needs a good story.
And then, you know, when it was over, there was a calm in the room. So Sen asked me, Stanley, what would you be doing if we hadn't grabbed you on the street? I'd be meeting my friends for a concert because that day was my birthday. And they heard that and they just burst out laughing. Oh my God, we kidnapped the on his birthday. Then Sen says, you know, it's your birthday, you deserve something nice for your birthday. How about a from one of these girls? These are nice girls. And I said, no thanks. And then they kept pushing it. Stanley, you should take it, because you know what, I think the girls like you. So I said, you know what, the only reason they like me is because most of my face is covered.
Here's a guy who's been kidnapped. You know, he's sitting there and they're offering him oral sex. A lot, I think, the more seasoned individuals didn't believe it at all.
I can't explain it. I just tried to make them not dislike me so that they wouldn't want to kill me. In the middle of the night, Sen and Ren were openly discussing what their plans were with me. And Sen wasn't happy with the plan. He didn't think it was going to work. It's not going to look right.
It's going to look odd for two black men to be taking this sort of nerdy white man into the bank, and he's, you know, withdrawing all this money.
So Lucky comes back at 4 in the morning, and Ren and Sen say, look, we got to talk to you, and they go outside the room. They talked for a couple of minutes, and then Lucky pops his head back in the room, and he says, Stanley, tell me again what you do for a living. And I say, I'm an assistant U.S. attorney. And he says, U.S.? Oh no, the FBI is going to be after us. And that's when Lucky told me that they changed the plan. And he says, Stanley, look, I got good news for you. We're going to be taking you back. I'm going to come back here at 7 in the morning. We're going to take you back and let you go. They stayed outside the room at that point, talking. So did I think they might be planning to kill me? Sure. Until this thing was over, I knew that my life was hanging by a thread the whole time. In the early morning hours, things got very quiet. There wasn't much activity. And, you know, I could feel that dawn had come. I could hear buses going by. And I also could hear seagulls. And then this guy Lewis shows up and he's renting the space to them. Sen and Ren have decided that they want to get out of there. They've got things to attend to. So they tell Lewis, here's our guns, you stay here, you hold these guns, you watch this guy until we get back. Lewis offered me food. Actually, all of them offered me food at one point or another. I thought about trying to convince Lewis to let me go, because there were hours where the other guys went out. He's there holding the guns. He's with the girls. But he was a volatile, paranoid, scared kind of guy. And what I was really afraid of is that if I tried to go down that path, if I tried to convince him to let me go, he'd freak out. I mean, just pull the trigger on that Tech 9. Multiple bullets are going to come out per second. I'm done. You know, in 25 hours of being blindfolded and sitting on a mattress, you have a lot of time to think. And what I was thinking was, if I don't get killed, I'm going to gather enough evidence so that these guys get put away and they don't do it to anybody else again. I had a lot of clues that could help them find these guys. I could actually see the pattern on the tiles as we went into the building, and I tried to memorize the pattern. I could tell it was a railroad flat in an old tenement building, so I counted the steps of the first landing, and I counted it to the second landing. They tortured me, they threatened to murder me, they threatened to kill my father. I couldn't possibly allow them to do that to another person ever. I was absolutely devastated by the thought that anybody would hurt my father.
During the interview, when Stan was sharing about his dad and his concerns about his father, you could see a physical change. Now it was becoming emotional. This is something he was feeling, and for me as an investigator, it's telling me that he's telling me the truth. You know, we ended up, after several hours of talking to him, you know, believing what he said.
Hour after hour goes by, and nobody knows where's Lucky. Nobody is telling me why he didn't come back. Nobody is telling me why they haven't set me free. About 6 or 7 o'clock, Ren and Sen came back. So there was a period of a few hours when things got lighter. And, you know, they started getting friendly. They wanted legal advice.
I think one of them had gotten into some sort of a car accident, and he had some injuries from it. He wanted to know Stan's opinion, that would he be able to have a lawsuit.
And he wanted to know how much his case was worth. He had a lumbar problem. He had to go to a chiropractor once a week. He wanted to know how much he could get for his case. He had a lawyer. But he had, look, he had me there. He had a chance for a second opinion. And then there was this whole period where everybody sat around like we were at a dinner party and starts telling jokes. And they kept calling me Steven, and I kept correcting them and said, my name's not Steven, it's Stanley. And at one point, Ren says, oh, sorry, Stanley. Our mistake. Steven's the guy we did this to the other night. And then somewhere around 10 o'clock at night, Lucky comes back, comes bursting through the door. Right away, the mood changed. Lucky was the boss. He's back. They're not going to be joking around anymore. Everybody is dead serious. Everybody is quiet. And he says, come on, let's go. And boom, like with military precision, they marched me out the door. I started to get very nervous. I started to feel palpitations in my heart. I got a sweat on the back of my neck and my forehead. I felt a little sick. Lucky stopped at the doorway, turned back to me, and said, Stanley, let me ask you something. If you had the chance to put me away for life, would you do it? Look, you already told me you know where I live. You know where my father lives. I don't know who you are. I don't know where we are. And you say you're going to release me unharmed? I don't think this has to go any further. So nobody says a word. Lucky gets out of the car. It's until a minute later, I hear the trunk opening. And then I heard the sound of duct tape being pulled off of a roll. And it's that point that I was positive that my life was over. I was sure they were going to kill me right then and there. Suddenly your whole life flashes in front of you. You'll never call somebody, you'll never watch a movie, you'll never sit down to a meal, you'll never meet somebody with the hope of getting married. All those things that make up life. For me, in that moment, when I heard the duct tape pulling off the roll, that was over. And that was really the most horrific feeling anybody can imagine. So, a second later, I heard Lucky applying the tape to the plastic that was covering the broken window on his car. And then it slowly dawned on me that I had just made a big mistake. Overnight, somebody had broken into his car, smashed the passenger side window, so he was just fixing the plastic. They kept driving and drove for, I don't know, maybe another 10 or 15 minutes. And then they stopped the car again. And the guy to my right says, should we give him $20 for a cab? Of course, it was $20 of my own money. But that sounded courteous. But they might have been tricking me. I really didn't know. That same guy opened the door, and he took me outside, and I'm still blindfolded, and he said, put your hands up. And he says, you just walk. So I took a step and then another step. And eventually, I think I can very gently hear the Lexus pulling away. So I said, are you there? And nobody answered. And I ripped the blindfold off and I spun around and they were gone. And that was the happiest moment of my life. It was ecstasy. It was pure ecstasy. I just ran for it. Yeah, I recognized that it was Prospect Park. I grew up there. I was there all the time. So I was rushing to find a business or restaurant, something like that, where I could go in and make a call.
And then when the phone call came in, that's when the energy in the room sort of went from 0 to 60. But just stay where you are, stay where you are. The precinct was crazy. It was a buzz with energy. You know, they debriefed him and they started typing up the report. And it was, as she was typing it, we were pulling it off. She would get a half a page typed and we would yell, print it. She'd print it and then we would run with it. We had one group of people, you know, running down, you know, Ren and Sen. We had another group that was looking for Lucky, looking for that Lexus. We had people looking for the prostitutes. We ran Mercedes, that nickname, through the NYPD database, found a young female who'd been arrested a number of times for prostitution.
Our job was to try to see if we could locate Mercedes and interview her. I'd seen a number of pictures of her from, her rap sheets. There's these two girls standing in front of this building. As soon as we walk up, I recognize Mercedes right from the pictures. So I actually say to her, "Hey, Mercedes, how you doing?" I said, "Hey, listen, we got to talk to you for a minute." When you do an interview with somebody, what you want to do is you want to basically elevate the level of threat towards them, which make them feel like they're in a world of trouble. You have no idea. I said, you and your friends have basically done one of the worst things you could possibly ever do. You kidnapped a U.S. attorney, and I said, I'm an FBI agent. And I said, and if you've ever been in trouble before, you have no idea what kind of trouble you're going to be in now.
So she gave up everything that she knew. She started rambling off Lucky and Ren and San, and all of a sudden it was like, oh my gosh. Everything that Stan had told us, she confirmed for us. She said she had felt sorry for Stan and had offered him oral sex because it was his birthday and she felt bad for him. Based on the information that she provided, we had Lucky's cell phone number. Every time he turned his phone on, we were able to see what cell tower it was pinging off of. So we were able to sort of narrow down where he was. So we had agents and detectives out in Brooklyn.
A lot of police work is boring, but when you get to the hunt, there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. I always loved the hunt. The Lexus had a broken window, we were told, but we also had a plate number, and it was about 9 o'clock at night when the Lexus drove by us. So that's when our heart started beating and we gave pursuit. You know, or you believe that they're all armed, and you know you have to really be careful at this point because we just don't know what's going to be the next move on their part. Well, we pull them over. We're on both sides of the car, right? We all have our guns drawn, and we're telling them we want to see their hands. We want to see all their hands. The perps we pulled out of the car were Lucky and Sen. We cuffed each one of them. And we got into our cars, and we all drove back to Manhattan. Ren was picked up by a couple of other detectives, probably not much later. Criminals have the idea when they come into an interrogation room, they're going to outsmart me. My feeling is if they had brains, right, we would be in trouble. My end goal is to solicit the truth. I want to know the truth. If I have to cry or laugh in an interrogation room to get the truth, I'll do that. If I have to be their friend, I'll do that. The first interview I conduct is with the defendant, Lucky. He kept saying, I didn't do anything wrong, I know my rights. And he says, I'm having a lot of trouble remembering even what's going on in the last few days. He said, I had a very, very bad time. It really screwed up my mind. I said, well, why don't you tell me about your bad time? So he went on to tell me how two male blacks came over to him, approached him, pulled out guns, and forced him into his car. And while they were driving him around, they brought him to different banks and gave him an ATM card, and they made him withdraw money. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, that's horrible. Ren or Sen told him to go back to Brooklyn. To an apartment they had over in Brooklyn. And he went back to the apartment. And he said, My sole objective here was to calm Stanley down. He said I could see he looked a little bit nervous. He said, I really liked Stanley. I thought he was a nice fella, and I felt really bad about him. He said that Ren and Sen were bad guys and that they were more than willing to kill this guy. And he insisted that they had to let him go. I tell you, it brought tears to my eyes that he was such a concerning human being. He was so concerned about Stanley. Once I had that, I had really more than I needed.
Lewis walked into the precinct and surrendered. Said to the desk sergeant, I understand you're looking for me, and told him who he was.
Right away, Lewis didn't strike me as being very intelligent. And I said to him, Lewis, I got lucky. I got Ren. I got Sen. I got Mercedes. I says, and they're all saying you're the ringleader. You're the guy that set this up for Stanley. I says, don't say a word. I said, before anything, I want to know, are you going to be on my team or their team? And he looked at me and said, I want to be on your team. I said, you got it. And he said, I didn't do anything. He said, it was my apartment. He said, all I did was sit with Stanley. He said, I had nothing to do with the kidnapping, right? And I really shouldn't even be here. But if criminals had brains, we'd be out of business. It's 12 or 15 hours later. Now we've got everybody wrapped up. Now we have everybody in a big holding cell. I'm on the other side of the squad room, and I got my foot up on the desk, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and I hear psst, psst. I'm looking around, I hear psst. I look across the room, and it's Lewis, and he's got his face in between the bars. So I go walking across the room. I said, what's the matter? He says, I want to know, am I still on your team? I said, yes, you are. And with that, I fell right to the floor.
When they picked him on the street, they had no idea that this mild-mannered man was going to turn out to be an amazing, amazing witness.
He truly had to have a survival instinct in order to get through an ordeal like that.
Oh, he was great. He was the best.
He was able to joke with them. He was respectful. He was polite.
The things that Stan remembered, the evidence that he gave us, was critical in solving this case. Absolutely critical.
They eventually all decided to plead guilty. The girls got shorter sentences, and the men got substantial time.
I personally believe they got what they deserved. There was no doubt about it. We have the right to be able to go from point A to point B without being accosted by people with guns and dragged off and held somewhere against your will.
Looking back, the post-kidnapping part of my life is really better than the pre-kidnapping part of my life. I think I learned some important lessons. These days, I live life more fully. A year after it happened, I got myself a dog, which I'd wanted for a long time. It's a little silly, but I went out and bought myself a little Cabrio convertible. Just recently, God finally blessed me and had me meet somebody who I fell in love with, and I managed to get married, which was, one of the happiest moments of my life. And so in many ways, this kidnapping was a wake-up call to me. It made me realize how precious life is.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way I wasn't going down without a fight. Because that would just be stupid of me. You know, how can you not fight for your life?
It was a carefree night out. When it began, these two teenage girls had never met. When it was over, they shared an unbreakable bond of survival. Kidnapped at gunpoint, terrorized during a summer of fear.
The latest highly publicized child kidnapping in California this year.
We're pleading for our lives. Please don't kill me. Please don't shoot.
Peter Van Sant has their personal story.
Do you realize today just how close to death you were?
Split-second decisions, facing the fear, daring to fight back.
Because your intent at that moment is to do what?
To kill him.
Time was running out.
He was hunting for a place to kill them and bury them.
This is the real deal. We have to take action.
48 Hours investigates.
If you don't open the door by 3, I'm gonna kill both of you right now. 1, 2.
To hell and back.
Welcome to 48 Hours Investigates. I'm Leslie Stahl. Police have called this case a blueprint for survival. In a summer that was filled with terrifying child kidnappings, the daring escape of Tamara Brooks and Jackie Maris delivered hope.
They took extraordinary chances to survive, and tonight Jackie reveals harrowing details about the decisions they made that bought them time, hour by hour.
Peter Van Sant reports on the dramatic events that changed the lives of two teenagers who found out they are braver than they knew.
I've been kissed by the sun each morning, just soaking up the day.
We do have breaking news to tell you about the two girls who were kidnapped this morning at gunpoint have been found safe.
This world is a beautiful place.
This case, the latest highly publicized child kidnapping in California this year.
I have been blessed. Thank you.
It's a welcome home party unlike any other. Just days earlier, Tamara Brooks and Jackie Maris spent a night in hell, kidnapped, abused, terrorized, but they somehow made it back.
I was alive, had my life back, and the bad guy was dead.
We'll never have to deal with this suspect again.
The girls' triumph, says Sheriff Carl Sparks, gives every mother and father something to hold on to.
It gave them some hope that just because somebody takes one of their children, it doesn't have to be 4 days later in a grave.
Do you realize today just how close to death you were?
Yeah. Every second of what we went through was a chance for him to kill us, but he didn't for some reason. So, yeah, I know how close I was to death.
Jackie's incredible story of survival begins here, on Quartz Hill, a popular hangout overlooking the city of Palmdale, California. It's after midnight, and Jackie is nearing her curfew, enjoying the view with Frank Malero.
It's fun, you know, it's something different to do, you know, it keeps you out of trouble, I guess you could say.
Or you thought?
So I thought, yeah.
At Quartz Hill, they talk, listen to music. Then, out of nowhere, Frank feels cold metal against his head.
Okay, this is serious, you know, it's something in my head. He has a gun. He has a gun. A gun gets your attention pretty fast.
Holding that gun with his finger on the trigger is Roy Dean Ratliff, a fugitive wanted for rape. He demands money and orders Frank and Jackie to put their heads down. They smell alcohol on his breath and hear duct tape unwinding.
1 second he was calm, and then out of nowhere he just starts getting mad.
Freaking out.
Yeah. He was like, "You think I'll kill you?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I think you'll kill me." And he was like, "You think I'll kill you?" And I was like, "Yeah, you'll kill me, man. You got the gun, you'll kill me." He made me put my head to the back of the seat rest and started taping my head and then putting tape all the way around my arms, and taping my lip, taping my eyes. I was like, you know, he's gonna duct tape me and then shoot me.
Ratliff starts wrapping up Jackie, but the tape runs out. Blindfolded and hobbled, she's led to a Bronco parked nearby.
So he picked me up and he placed me in the back, and that's when I saw Tamara's legs, and they weren't moving, and I didn't know like if it was some dead body or what, you know.
Lying still in the back seat is Tamara Brooks, a 16-year-old honor student. The two girls have never met. When the Bronco disappears, Frank manages to free himself and calls for help on his cell phone.
And I see this other guy, and I'm like, who's this? You know, what happened to him? And he has duct tape on him, and I'm just like, oh, man, this happened to him, too.
I heard him undoing the duct tape.
The other guy is Eric Brown. He was on Quartz Hill with his friend Tamara.
He told me he was going to kill me, but he didn't want to. He actually just wanted to tie me up. He just wanted the truck.
Ratliff carjacked Eric's Bronco, with Tamara held hostage.
I just turned 18 today, as of about 2 hours ago.
I was brought up that when you take a girl out, you see that she gets home. And how was I going to take her home, you know? Oh, what if something does happen to her? I will never be able to live with myself, ever.
What police don't realize is Ratliff is just a few miles from Quartz Hill. He pulls over, and Jackie can see the lights from nearby homes through a crack in her blindfold.
The houses had to be like maybe 15 feet from us. And like some of the lights were on, and like you could hear like dogs barking and like people, you know?
Without warning, Ratliff sexually assaults her.
Imagine your worst nightmare.
Did you say anything to him? And no one in these houses that were nearby, nobody noticed, nobody heard anything.
That's what surprised me because we were so close to him. But
And this is where he attacked Jackie.
That's what we think. That's what we think. Now, this whole thing took place inside the car.
Detective Fred McNutt retraces the route Ratliff took that night.
Why would this man pull over on a pretty busy street right next to a residential neighborhood to do this sexual assault?
He just played it out that way for his own excitement, maybe some kind of sick excitement he got on being on the edge this way. Found in the Bronco were restraints that were used to hold the girls, and here's the tape that was used.
Ratliff also carries 2 guns, ammunition, and sexual paraphernalia.
Viagra. He had quite a few packages of Viagra. This is just a scaled photograph of the rope. And that was described to us as being used around one of the girls' necks.
After the assault, he promises to take the girls back to Quartz Hill.
I could see out of the bottom of my duct tape that was on my eyes, and so I saw like some of the signs.
And he wasn't taking you back to the top of the hill?
No.
They drive 30 minutes or more in the dead of night. When they finally stop, they are allowed to remove their blindfolds. The scene is surreal. Dozens of windmills reflected in the moonlight.
He would become very caring and compassionate, and then seconds later he might be holding a gun saying, "I'll kill you if you don't do this."
After another brutal rape, Ratliff carefully tucks his shirt around the girls to protect them from the chilly night air. At one point, Jackie's door is left open a crack. It's a chance for her to escape, but she refuses to leave Tamara behind.
I didn't know what he was going to do to Tamara. I didn't know if he would hurt her more than he already had.
How do you explain that bond that had formed between you and Tamara, and the fact that you felt protective of her, this total stranger in the back seat with you?
It's like I had known her, like for a long time, but I had just met her, and I barely even knew her name.
Later, Jackie whispers a song to the stranger, who is now a friend, trying to calm her during the long, black night.
What are the words to that song? Do you remember?
When we're lying in the quiet and no words have to be said,
I think to myself, this world is a beautiful place.
They start driving again. Silently, Jackie grabs Tamara's hand. They dare not speak, so Jackie spells out words on Tamara's palm, one letter at a time.
What did you write to her? Do you remember?
Yeah, I need a plan.
What did she write back?
I think she wrote knife.
Knife? Where was there a knife?
Eric had a knife, a Bowie knife, in a holster.
Eric Brown, Tamara's friend, kept a Bowie knife in his Bronco. The girls realize they have no choice. Jackie would use that knife the first chance she got.
There's no way I wasn't going down without a fight, because that would just be stupid of me. You know, how can you not fight for your life?
Lying across the back seat, her hands tied, Jackie Maris watches 1 mile bleed into the next. There is rope around her neck, binding her to Tamara Brooks. It is hour 5 of unrelenting terror.
I asked him if he was going to kill us, and he said no.
He is Roy Dean Ratliff, the fugitive who's now in control of their lives. Just after daybreak, they pull onto a remote dirt road in the Mojave Desert, 130 miles from where they were abducted.
What's going through your mind?
Just basically, what now?
Jackie watches Ratliff load and fire 2 guns into the empty canyon.
I just thought that was it.
You thought your time had come?
Mm-hmm. And that we had to do something then or, never.
Ratliff then turns his attention to that Bowie knife in the car. He runs his fingers over the 8-inch blade. But before he has a chance to use it, a night of heavy drinking takes its toll. Ratliff drifts off to sleep.
This is the time. This is the time to do whatever we're going to do to try to get away.
Jackie and Tamara struggle to get free from the rope and duct tape that binds them.
You chewed it off?
No, I licked it off. If you lick duct tape, it's not adhesive anymore, and it just comes off.
They know Ratliff has a gun in his lap. If they run, he can easily shoot them. Jackie sees the knife on the console. there's a bottle of whiskey on the front seat. Both are weapons for anyone desperate enough to use them.
We didn't talk. It was just like,
I'm gonna stab.
you're gonna hit him with the whiskey bottle.
You're gonna hit. Because your intent at that moment is to do what?
To kill him. To let him pay for what he did. And what we thought he was going to do.
Back at Quartz Hill, where the girls were abducted, police don't yet know it's Roy Ratliff they are looking for.
I don't know, I came up.
Frank Malero relives every detail of the night.
I remember the voice, and I remember the way he would talk, and the gun. You can't get the gun out of my head.
Police learned the suspect ambushed Eric Brown and Tamara Brooks first. Eric was gagged and taped to this pole when another car arrived.
I was blindfolded. I just heard him. I heard the car come up.
Frank Malero and Jackie Maris were in that car. Eric couldn't warn them. Now 2 girls are missing and 2 boys are left to pray.
I don't know what it's like to be Jackie's mom and dad and not know where your kid's at, you know?
That was really hard.
Jackie's mom, Nadine Dyer.
Go ahead, no, it's all right.
She's only 17. I mean, all the things, she graduates. And it's just a lot you think about.
All the things she'd miss.
Police ask Nadine to describe Jackie. She tells them about her daughter's brown eyes and her trademark smile. Jackie is the oldest of 3 children. High energy and high-spirited, a determined student, cheerleader, and surfer.
500 federal, state, and local law enforcement officers.
Last summer, Nadine watched news reports about other girls who disappeared. Danielle Van Dam, Samantha Runyon, Elizabeth Smart. So she sat her children down and gave them this advice.
If someone takes you against your will, you know, the odds are you're not coming home. You know, so you need to do whatever it is you need to do in order to get home. I mean, if you got to fight to the end, that's what you got to do. I knew with Jackie, I knew she'd fight. She doesn't give up. She's got too much life in her. It's too much she wants to do.
130 miles away in the Mojave Desert, Jackie remembers her mother's advice. She'll do whatever it takes to come home, even if that means finding the courage to stab a man.
I'm so scared, and what if he wakes up? What's gonna happen to us? Is God ever gonna forgive us for this?
Inch by inch, the girls painstakingly get hold of the knife and whiskey bottle. Jackie hesitates, not sure she can stab him, until Ratliff's eyes flicker.
I thought he was waking up, and so I just did it real fast, and then he actually woke up. Tamara smashed him in the face, and then since his door was open, that little crack, he like fell over, so we kicked him out. I threw the knife at him, and Tamara threw the whiskey bottle at him. Oh, he was bleeding so much.
Bleeding from a stab wound to the neck. They lock the doors, roll up the windows, and just as Jackie takes the wheel to speed away, she makes a horrifying discovery.
The key's not here, the key's not here, the key's not here.
Ratliff still has the key.
We didn't know what to do.
And both guns.
I'm gonna count to 3, and if you don't open the door by 3, I'm gonna kill both of you right now. 1, 2, and at this point we were pleading for our lives. Please don't kill me. Please don't shoot. Don't do it. What's God gonna think of you? You promised. And right before he got to 3, he collapsed. That was definitely by God.
So he's collapsed. Did you get out of the car?
No, because he's outside the car.
Ratliff lies motionless. Then, like a scene from a horror movie, he suddenly staggers to his feet and starts shooting over the car.
What was the look on his face?
A look of intent to kill. Like, that's all that he was gonna do. No negotiating. there wasn't anything. We couldn't go back. We couldn't take back what we had just done, and now we were going to suffer for what we tried to do to him.
On a desolate stretch of the Mojave Desert, Jackie Maris and Tamara Brooks are living on the very edge of death.
We couldn't do anything but plead for him not to kill us.
It is hour 9 in the grip of a violent, desperate, wounded man. 130 miles away, police are leading a massive effort to find the girls.
Find her, that's what you gotta do.
It's 10 o'clock, the morning of August 1st, 2002.
A growing number of family and friends are gathering here at the sheriff's substation.
I just hope she comes back safe.
Freeway billboards flash a description of the stolen Bronco.
The vehicle has raised large tires.
News reports are constant.
They're on the lookout for this Ford Bronco.
The signs are part of a new warning system called Amber Alert, designed to quickly notify the public when children are abducted.
The license plate number of 1AIZ.
Police know too well that many children are killed within hours of being kidnapped.
When you first heard 2 teenage girls kidnapped, what's going through your mind?
That we're actually probably not going to be looking for the 2 girls because he's going to dump them.
Carl Sparks was then sheriff of Kern County, a sprawling desert county about 100 miles north of LA. When a crime involves children, Sheriff Sparks gets emotional.
If this sucker is in Kern County, he is not getting away from us.
Sparks doesn't know it yet, but in fact, Ratliff is in Kern County, on a remote desert road.
Open the door.
Ratliff's in a frenzy of pain and anger.
Open the door, I'm gonna kill the both of you.
Bleeding profusely from the knife wound in his neck.
The whole time he was like frantic, let me in or did it, I'm gonna kill you.
The girls are locked inside the Bronco.
We were in the worst position you could ever think of. You had just tried to kill someone and he's not dead and he has a gun pointed at you through a car window.
Why do you think he didn't pull that trigger?
I don't know. We started talking to him about God and if he was to kill us, if God would ever forgive him for what he was about to do.
How important was that conversation at that moment?
Real important. After we started mentioning God and stuff, he calmed down a little bit and he was silent for a couple moments.
With Ratliff still armed, the girls have no choice but to let him back in the Bronco. They have managed against all odds to buy themselves a few more minutes of life.
Something was watching over us, someone, something, I don't know.
As the search intensifies, a distraught woman walks into this sheriff's station, hands over a photo and says, "This may be the man you're looking for. His name is Roy Dean Ratliff." The woman with this crucial new lead is Ratliff's wife.
She's a mother. She cared. She cared about those girls.
Kevin Seymour is a psychologist and friend of the Ratliff family.
He was very kind to my children.
Ratliff, a Native American, is the father of 2.
This is a picture that was taken last year at his birthday party. This is the Roy that we knew, that smiling face.
This is the picture here that the public is most familiar with. What goes through your mind today when you look at that photograph?
This is the 2 sides of this man. This is a man who was a good man when he wasn't drinking, but alcohol was real poison for this guy.
Ratliff had been in and out of prison since he was a teenager for nonviolent crimes. Seymour says Ratliff was always trying to turn things around. He once worked as a gardener at this child care center and said
It was the best job he ever had.
The children at the child care center loved him. I mean, for him, when he drank, he became violent. And he felt unable to control that.
This guy had no ability to control himself. Just absolute bull.
Ratliff is on the move again. Back on the highway. He can't stop the bleeding of his neck.
He kept telling me to watch his neck and tell him when to wipe, because the blood, it was bleeding real bad still, and the blood would just like pour down, and I'd tell him to wipe, so he'd wipe.
If he's worried police are looking for him, he doesn't show it. Jackie remembers him listening to a song about suicide.
He was talking about, you think I care if I die right here? Well, I don't. I don't care.
Now, the car that they are looking for statewide is a 1984 white Ford Bronco, the license plate number 1AIZ.
Milton Walters, a highway worker, hears reports about the abduction all morning. At just about 11 a.m., Walters can't believe his eyes. He sees a white Bronco coming his way on Highway 178.
I looked right at him, right through the passenger side window, and he kind of had like a crappy little smile on his face and kind of nodded at me as he went by. I was panicking. I didn't have a pen. I'm going like this. So I grabbed my key and I scratched 1AIZ and then 692.
Walters calls police on his cell phone. Helicopters and planes race to the area. But in this vast desert, they can't find the Bronco.
I know the area real well, and there's so many roads that this guy could have taken.
11:30 a.m. Kern County Animal Control Officer Bonnie Hernandez is also on Highway 178, listening to her police scanner when she spots something white in the distance.
It was right about here on the rise when I saw him, and he was going into the trees. And in my mind, I'm thinking, good Lord, if he gets down in there in those trees, even the airship may not be able to see him.
Bonnie knows every second matters, but she's afraid to radio for help.
Everybody has a scanner in this type of an area, and they know exactly where you're at and where you're going and who you're after.
Worried that Ratliff may have a scanner, Bonnie tears out to the nearest town to alert authorities, 30 miles away.
How fast were you driving on the highway, would you guess?
110, literally.
Back in the Bronco,
He had us put towels over our heads, and we're on the floor.
Jackie and Tamara can feel that they've gone off-road. And they, like everyone looking for them, have a sickening suspicion why.
They were excess baggage that he needed to get rid of. He was hunting for a place to kill them and bury them, and he had stopped that Bronco because he had found the place where he wanted to do it.
He just said, you guys better hope the cops aren't down there. Like, if they were, that he was gonna kill us. And then all of a sudden, Tamara was like, do you hear that? And I was like, what? And she's like, listen. And she's like, it's a helicopter.
On August 1st, as morning gave way to the midday heat of the Mojave Desert, Tamara Brooks and Jackie Maris knew they were running out of time. The girls had been abducted, assaulted, and repeatedly threatened they'd be killed by the gunman holding them hostage. Roy Dean Ratliff was a fugitive from justice, a career criminal wanted for rape, who had vowed he would never go back to prison. Tamara and Jackie tried everything they could think of to fight back, even stabbing Ratliff and badly wounding him. Now they were at the mercy of a desperate man they had made even angrier. With police hot on the trail, Peter Van Sant picks up the story.
12 hours of terror are about to end. The next few minutes will determine life and death for everyone in that Bronco.
We're in the right direction.
All of a sudden we hear this helicopter overhead, and it keeps circling around. And Tamara's like, "Do you hear that?"
But for Jackie and Tamara, the sound of the rescue helicopter is actually frightening.
"Oh no, the cops are here, you know, get out of here, we don't want you here right now."
Roy Ratliff has said he will kill the girls if the police show up.
So we were hoping that the helicopter would go away, and like it did, but then it came back. And when the sound came back, it was lower. And it kept getting lower and lower and lower.
By the time we get right into here, it's continuous talk from the chopper.
Kern County deputies James Stratton and Larry Thatcher follow the helicopter to an isolated stretch of land in the Mojave Desert called White Blanket.
As I got out of the vehicle, he was looking straight at me through the open passenger side window.
Attempting to make contact with the suspect.
Here, for the first time, they come face to face with Roy Dean Ratliff.
This is real. This is the real deal. We have to take action.
I drew my weapon. I yelled at him to get his hands where I could see him. He hollered back at me, "No way."
All he had on his face was desperation, terror, and contempt. I'm not getting away. You're not going to catch me.
Roy Ratliff presses down on the gas. Hard.
He actually went airborne across here, hit this road down here, off through the brush.
So he just turned to the left real fast. When he turned, the Bronco almost flipped, and then he got stuck up on this rock.
The deputies show us just how they close in on the Bronco.
I started running down the hill. James started running down the hill.
How quickly is all of this happening?
Seconds. He was watching our distance as we're closing, thinking he's going to get the vehicle off and can escape.
So where are the girls at this point?
Don't know. Have no idea.
What the deputies don't realize is that Jackie and Tamara are still in the Bronco, lying in the back seat.
We've had no report from the chopper that they've seen them. I don't know if the girls have already been dumped someplace, if the girls are dead. I just don't know.
You saw the police outside the windows?
Yeah, their guns
You
were
could see
drawn
him?
and stuff, yeah.
Did they see you?
Not at that point.
Vehicle stuck in the dirt.
As we got closer, I think he realized that he wasn't leaving. That's when he leaned over out of his seat, went behind the passenger seat, and started digging for the gun.
He jumps in the back of the seat, and he has his gun in his hand. I thought he was going to kill me right then, because his gun was loaded, and he had it right by my head.
Roy Ratliff is trapped. He has nowhere to go and nothing to lose.
He was shouting out at the cops, "I have the girls, you better not shoot or else they're going to die."
With just about 6 feet separating the cops from Ratliff, the two deputies are putting their lives on the line.
I come around here just like this to the back end of the Bronco. He has no idea that I'm behind him.
Within seconds, Ratliff pulls the trigger.
He shot the first shot out the window, and then the cops retaliated back. They shot back.
Suddenly, Jackie and Tamara are in the midst of a deadly gun battle.
The bullets were just flying everywhere. We were screaming for our lives. The car is just like moving back and forth, back and forth.
As you're firing these shots, are you thinking to yourself, what about the girls?
The only thing I see is him and that revolver he's holding.
When I heard the shot, Ratliff went back. At that time, I began shooting, approaching the vehicle and approaching Ratliff.
Once I made sure of my target, I lined up my sight straight on him, and I squeezed the trigger. The glass looked like it fell like raindrops. And he looked at me with the sense of, "You got me."
Suspect is down.
A bullet fired by Larry Thatcher brings Roy Dean Ratliff's trail of terror to a dead end.
He was on top of me, and Like his body just like, it had no life in it anymore. It was just dead weight.
When I was finished firing, then I can see Bronco rocking, definitely can hear some screaming. I said, somebody's alive, like a newborn baby. Mom and Dad, you want to hear your child screaming, because when you hear that, you know they're alive.
You know that's life.
That's life.
I like looked at him and like his eyes were open and then the blood was just on his face and everywhere, and then I pushed him off of me and I ran out. Tamara was right behind me. We gave each other a big hug and we just were crying our eyes out and just thanking God that we were still alive.
17 bullets hit that white Bronco during several seconds of intense, smoky gunplay. It is nothing short of a miracle that Jackie and Tamara got out alive.
One of the strongest feelings I've ever had in my life was when those girls came out of that vehicle and I knew they weren't injured. It was, I mean, happiness, relief, everything.
We have both victims. They're okay.
All this time they're saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I told those girls, you're going home tonight. This guy is not gonna hurt you anymore.
We don't have to rehabilitate this son of a bitch.
In just minutes, news of the amazing rescue hits home. The relief is overwhelming.
Okay, girls, I'm gonna give you an update. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, according to the Kern County Sheriff, the girls are unhurt. According to the Kern County Sheriff, the girls are unhurt. And the suspect is down.
I just hugged her, kissed her.
That was the moment you'd waited all those hours for.
To know she was okay.
It's over, you know? We were spared.
We were just so happy. It was like undescribable feeling of like just relief, just like life actually existed again.
At 12:55, around that hour, freedom was given back to the two girls. Justice was served.
We do have the breaking news to tell you about the two girls who were kidnapped this morning.
Okay, girls, I'm gonna give you an update. Okay, according to the Kern County Sheriff, the girls are unhurt.
It's been just over a year since Jackie and Tamara were freed from their nightmare. How's life today? How are things with you?
They're good, I guess. Yeah, they're pretty good, but everything, I don't know. I try to keep myself like real busy so I don't ever get a chance to think about it.
Do you find after all of this that total strangers care about you now and are interested in you?
That's the weirdest thing because I got stuff from like every state. This one's the one from Iowa. This one's from Castaic. It's for a year free of martial arts. Crocheted blanket. Got some bracelets too. Neat.
Some are letters from rape survivors. Others are inspired by her courage.
I prayed for you often over the 10 hours that you're held. I'm so happy that you're safe. I will keep you in my prayers.
And now, fans throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Jackie Maris and Tamara Brooks.
Publicly, Jackie and Tamara are new symbols of survival.
Tamara and Jackie join us today in the call to stop violence against women.
Gutsy, smart, and strong. Privately, what happened in the Bronco can never be erased. Does this get to you a little bit when you think about it?
Yes.
Do you try not to think about it? Are you happy today?
Yeah.
Have you talked to anybody yet? Have you had any counseling over this? Have you talked it over with anybody?
Oh, like professional-wise? No.
Are you giving that any thought?
Hmm?
Yeah, that's a healthy thing to do. It's
yeah,
not
I know. I just don't have a lot of time right now. Like when I do have time, I'll go.
She also has family and friends to lean on. But sometimes, out of the blue, the tears come.
You fought back. Big time.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Huh? If I wouldn't have done it, I would have regretted it. Forever. Even if things did turn out the way they did. I still would have rather fought back.
Police believe fighting back is a key reason Jackie and Tamara are still alive.
With so much more than I deserve.
The girls bought precious time. They are the ones who got away.
I have been blessed. Thank you.
It's like ghosts. You just see the ghosts of them everywhere.
If you close your eyes, can you still see it?
All of it.
The focus of the case is Michelle Renee. She was living with her daughter, Breea. They were living in a kind of a secluded house.
Does it feel like 22 years?
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime ago. Sometimes it feels like it was last week.
I asked the FBI to take Michelle back to the house to help reconstruct probably the most traumatic night of her life.
We came in the door, I put the groceries away, went in the kitchen.
Michelle was a single mom. She was a bank manager, somebody who worked hard to gain a job of position of trust and respect.
It had been such a long day, and I was just excited to be home with Breea. We were on the couch. It was just the two of us.
I was sitting here, she was right beside me, and we were playing Game Boy.
A group of individuals put Michelle under surveillance knowing she was a bank manager, and they devised a plan.
And we just heard this huge, the sound, just the biggest noise from behind us. And I turned to look and just saw 3 people. They were all lined up, one right after the other, just rushing in, running in the door. That like SWAT style, and they had their guns, and they were all in black. And I just screamed super loud. My daughter screamed super loud. At that point, my daughter took off this way, but 2 of them came to me, put guns in my face. One guy grabbed me back of my head,
forced me down in front of the couch that was right here.
They bind her up with duct tape. They put her 7-year-old on the ground and bind her up with duct tape. And they tell them that if they don't cooperate, they're going to be killed, they're going to be shot.
They let me turn around and see my daughter laying face down on the floor right here by the door, face down with her hands tied and her feet tied. Right there on the ground, I heard my daughter say, "Are you gonna kill my mommy? And are you gonna kill me?" And they said, "No, not if your mommy does everything that we tell her to do."
They said, "You're gonna rob the bank for us, or we will kill you, and your daughter will be first."
The only monsters that had ever scared Michelle Renee's 7-year-old daughter Breea were make-believe. But on November 20th, 2000, just a day before 3 masked men broke in,
She calls me, "Mom, there's somebody outside the window." I looked out there, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anybody, so I just brushed it off.
Michelle had chalked it up to her child's imagination, but this time was different.
She saw them looking through the window. They were there the night before.
The same men now held Michelle and Breea at gunpoint in the living room. The gunmen said they'd been following the 35-year-old bank manager for months.
It was very much that mind control thing that they were doing, that we know everything about you.
Michelle would recount the events inside the house for investigators.
And we're gonna be here all night with you to make sure you know exactly what you're gonna do or you will die.
Throughout the night, the ringleader gave specific instructions about how he wanted Michelle to rob her own bank the next morning.
We're gonna go over this again. This is what you're gonna do. When Brinks gets there, you're gonna get Brinks's money.
As she huddled with Breea on the couch, now duct-taped, Michelle could hear him talking to a woman on a 2-way radio.
Money 1 to money 2. Were
That's
there,
what they called each other?
Yeah, they called each other money 1 to money 2.
Money 1 was the ringleader. Around 11, the voice on the walkie-talkie got his attention.
Car coming up the driveway, the roommate's there.
It was their roommate, Kimbra.
And they put the gun right here in her face, right up her nose, and said, "Don't make us use this." I pushed the guy's hand out of her face and said, "Don't do this, don't hurt her." And he just pointed it right at me and said, "Don't ever touch me again."
Michelle realized this might be the last night she ever spent with her daughter.
It was almost morning. I just rubbed her hair so she could try to get some sleep.
Wondering if that was gonna be the last time I was gonna get to touch her hair and see her sleep was pretty tough.
In the morning, the nightmare would continue.
It was like 6 a.m. He said, "Get up, it's time to get ready for work."
I got dressed and started doing my hair when he came in and stopped me and said, "We need to put the dynamite on you now."
Michelle, her roommate Kimbra, and Breea would all be strapped with dynamite. Then Money 1 showed Michelle what looked like a doorbell.
This is a detonation device.
One false move, I pushed this button.
You will disintegrate. Your daughter will go first.
And they sat me right here and said, "Now we're gonna take your daughter."
The gunman put Breea in her bedroom closet.
I was just telling her I'd be right back, that everything's gonna be fine.
Be brave, Mommy. That was the last thing she said before I walked out to go to the bank.
Did you feel brave?
No.
As two of the gunmen stayed in the house, Money One handed Michelle a briefcase stuffed with a duffel bag before he crouched in the back of her Jeep. With dynamite on her back and a gun to her side, she drove to work.
So you pull up into your spot. What does he tell you before you get out of the car?
Don't this up.
And the Brinks truck came at 8:50?
I believe right around 8:50 was the drop right over here.
That's when Michelle grabbed her briefcase and headed to the vault.
I brought my teller in the vault with me and said, I'm getting ready to clear out this vault, or my daughter and I are gonna die. This is what's happened all night.
And you whispered to her, I have dynamite on my back?
Yeah. I whispered, I pulled my shirt up.
And then you just opened up the duffel bag and started shoveling in money?
I did. My heart was racing. Am I fast enough?
Michelle's colleagues would alert the authorities, but not before she walked out with $360,000.
Just get to the Jeep, hurl it in the Jeep,
and go.
And just do what's next.
Money One directed Michelle to get out a few blocks later.
And that I would find my Jeep down the street.
She found her car and raced home.
I don't know if Breea's gonna be there. I don't know if she's gonna be alive when I get there. And I went to open the door and I was just screaming and hello, hello. It was eerily silent.
And I just heard Breea and I remember screaming, we're back here, we're back here.
Breea was still in the closet, right where Michelle left her.
What was that like to hear and see her?
Oh my gosh. She was alive. I did it. We did it. We didn't die.
Probably the happiest moment of my life, but then I could still see the panic on her face.
The dynamite's still on me.
Before leaving, the gunmen had ripped the dynamite off of Kimbra and Breea, so they cut it off of Michelle's back before running to the nearest neighbor.
I opened the gate, went down the hill real fast, helped them up to the house.
Rick Brown lived up a steep hill.
I called 911 right away.
Sheriff's Department, can I help you?
Yes, some neighbors of ours were held hostage. I need somebody out here right away.
Soon, the place was crawling with investigators from the FBI, San Diego Sheriff's Department, and the bomb squad.
This is the dynamite that was taken off of Michelle.
San Diego prosecutor Tom Manning would lead the task force investigating the case. They quickly figured out the dynamite was fake.
They realized that it actually is two painted dowels or broomstick handles. But as you can see from a distance in the lighting, plus it's on your back with the stress of the situation, you're not going to take a chance that it isn't real.
But during the very real 14 hours they were held hostage, Michelle had held on to any detail that might help identify the attackers.
Remembering details is just sort of this part of my DNA about people. That was kind of my superpower.
Details like Money One's eyes.
When I turned the light on to go to the bathroom, and I saw his eyes in there, I said that those eyes were at my desk. Those eyes were at my desk today. Oh my God.
Michelle says it was a man with whom she'd had an odd encounter at the bank hours before being taken hostage.
And he sat at my desk for a really long time asking sort of the same questions over and over. And then a woman walked in and said, Chris, we need to get going. And they got up and left.
The man had handed Michelle his business card.
And the name on the business card was?
Christopher Butler.
After hours of police questioning, Michelle and Breea were sent to a hotel. Michelle called her brother Dave.
It didn't sound like her. It was someone, heavily traumatized.
Dave, who lived 3 hours away, rushed to his sister's aid.
What I saw when I opened that door, it scared the daylights out of me. Are you okay? And she would shake.
How about Breea?
Same thing.
In the days ahead, Michelle struggled to hold it together for her daughter.
She was the strongest person for me.
While investigators wanted answers. They grilled her about that odd encounter with Christopher Butler.
Why was he in the bank? What was he saying he was there for?
He came in to say that he was a potential client and that he wanted to talk about investments.
Before Butler handed Michelle his business card, a woman he introduced as Lisa came in and whisked him away.
Hey, Chris, we need to go.
It was the same voice Michelle says she heard later that night on the walkie-talkie.
I kept saying it over and over.
Check my desk,
Check
get that
my
card.
desk, get that card. I know that it's them.
Through that card, they started the investigation.
The FBI soon discovered Butler was a convicted felon with a history of robbing banks.
They figured out where he was staying, and then the team that I worked with set up surveillance.
Butler and his fiancée, Lisa Ramirez, lived in a house just a few miles from the bank.
Some of the people in the house were telling the police who was there when they planned it.
Within days, detectives identified the two other men. Christopher Huggins.
And he was a big guy, maybe 6'4". He's gang ties.
And the man who'd held a gun to little Breea, a gang member called Bones. Real name, Robert Ortiz.
Ortiz was a connection who got the guns.
On December 1st, they decided to arrest Butler and Ramirez during a traffic stop.
In the glove compartment was a weapon. It's actually a BB gun. If you look at that in a stressful situation, that looks as real as it can get.
What'd they find when they pumped the trunk?
Plethora of evidence.
All this.
All this. They found the black bag that Michelle described the money being carried in. Several pairs of black gloves, and a homemade ski mask.
Oh yeah, look at the eye holes there.
Yeah.
That they clearly cut themselves.
Michelle's credit cards were all found in the trunk of the vehicle, and then of course the money straps from the bank.
Also in the trunk, that doorbell detonator. And there was even more at the house.
They found all the ingredients to make the fake bomb. There were broom handles, which were cut up into small dowels, which actually were used in making the fake dynamite. They also recovered the actual spray cans. Ramirez's fingerprint was on one of those cans. It was crazy. I've never seen that much physical evidence left at a crime scene.
They thought they'd gotten away with it.
Yeah.
One thing investigators didn't find on Butler and Ramirez, any of the bank's $360,000. But after arresting Huggins that same day, they did recover $93,000 of the cash that he'd stashed away. Huggins confessed and said that he'd already spent several grand on a trip to Vegas. The fourth suspect, Robert Ortiz, was on the lam.
When authorities arrested him 3 months later in Wisconsin, Ortiz still had $32,000 of the bank's money and gave a full confession.
Did Huggins and Ortiz's confessions corroborate each other?
Yes, very much so.
So did Huggins and Ortiz's confessions corroborate what Michelle had told investigators?
Yes, almost identical.
Butler denied everything, even when confronted with direct evidence. His thumbprint on the fake dynamite sticks.
And we got fingerprints that are yours that link you to the bank robbery. I doubt that because I wasn't involved in the bank robbery.
He tried to protect Lisa.
Lisa wouldn't have been involved with that.
But Lisa was about to start talking. She admitted she was the female voice on the walkie-talkie. She even took credit for the idea to use fake dynamite and kidnap the bank manager.
Honestly, whose idea was about 8 months ago, jokingly, mine.
Lisa said they'd split the money 3 ways, but that her and Butler's share, more than $100,000, had been stolen. And to everyone's surprise, she said Michelle was in on the plot.
They had told me that Michelle lady was helping them.
Walked out of that thinking, okay, Lisa's the mastermind behind all this, and is it possible Michelle's involved?
Manning says ultimately he knew Michelle was innocent.
The first time I interviewed her, she had Breea with her, and I saw that bond and relationship, and When she left, I went, she's not involved in this.
But that wouldn't be enough in court. San Diego County Sheriff's detectives Rudy Zamora, Dale Martin, and Randy Demers would have to rule Michelle out as a suspect.
Every time we pushed a button, she would react in a way a true victim should.
They recreated the dynamite packs and strapped them on Kimbra, Michelle, and Breea.
She was very upset.
And Michelle was emotional when asked to revisit the horrific details of the kidnapping.
And then I had to put her in there and they shoved the closet.
She was shaken up. I thought she was going to have a nervous breakdown.
When Michelle did those reenactments, were her story, Kimbra's story, and Breea's story consistent?
Yes, completely consistent.
In fact, investigators couldn't find any evidence Michelle was involved. Still, they worried.
She was not our normal victim.
As they took a deep dive into Michelle's life.
What did they find out about Michelle's past?
She didn't hide anything.
Including the fact that for years she had worked as a stripper.
I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of that.
Michelle says it was one of the choices she had to make for survival at a young age.
I ran away at 15. I worked really, really hard to get to where I was.
With no high school diploma, she had climbed the corporate ladder all the way to regional vice president before taking the bank manager job to be home more with Breea.
And while you were working at the bank, you were still dancing, still stripping for a while?
I was for a while. The money was really great.
But more worrisome were things that went directly to Michelle's credibility.
She falsified resumes, claimed she had various experience, various education, which she didn't have.
Bounced a check, filed for bankruptcy.
Right.
That doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. And if you're a defense attorney, you're licking your chops.
Oh, it was the best verdict I ever got in my life.
By spring of 2001, the suspects were in custody awaiting trial for kidnapping and bank robbery charges. But Michelle and Breea were still reeling from that night of terror.
I could still hear them. I could still hear the sounds. I couldn't get it to turn off.
I just wanted to hide. I thought they were gonna find us. They were gonna kill us still.
In June, Michelle decided to move Breea to Alaska to live with her grandmother.
I was gonna fly her up there and get her to safety. I was gonna figure out what to do from there.
After a few days, Michelle says she had an epiphany.
To go back to San Diego and get rid of everything I could possibly get rid of and drive back to Alaska.
With a dog.
Come here.
Some cash.
Can do this on a budget.
And a camcorder.
Today is July the 6th.
She embarked on a 9-day drive.
On my way, baby doll.
To the last frontier.
You had a deadline.
I had a deadline. Breea's birthday was in 9 days, and I promised her I'd be back before her birthday party.
That's when Michelle and Breea say they began to heal.
Did you feel safe in Alaska?
Safer. I could be a kid again.
Happy birthday to you.
By the time they returned to San Diego a year later for the trial, Michelle says she was ready.
There was so much evidence, there was no way. I thought that this trial was going to be anything but slam dunk.
Butler and Ramirez would be tried first.
When her case came across your desk, what did you think at first?
She's guilty.
You thought she's guilty?
Well, yeah.
Herb Weston, who represented Lisa Ramirez, had a problem. His client had confessed on camera.
There was a female voice that came all at once, all the time.
That was good.
If they played that tape, saying that she wasn't involved would have been difficult.
Weston proposed a plea deal, hoping to save Ramirez from a potential life sentence, but the prosecution turned him down.
We thought we would definitely get the key statements in that she was involved.
But since Ramirez had also implicated Butler, the judge ruled her entire statement inadmissible.
We now can at least argue to the jury that she wasn't involved.
Without her confession, the case against Ramirez relied almost entirely on Michelle. A fact Manning was keenly aware of during his opening statement to the jury on June 3rd, 2002.
You told the jury that this case was about credibility.
Right. Michelle's background was going to be an issue. I knew there were issues, but I believed her.
And you thought the jury would believe her.
Right.
But not if the defense had its way.
What was your strategy going into trial?
My strategy was to beat the hell out of the victim and show all these inconsistencies that the victim is saying.
It got very confrontational.
I was really, really off.
That played right into Weston's hand.
Angry witnesses don't come across as credible.
I was treated like I was the criminal.
During his cross-examination, Weston implied Michelle was lying about recognizing Lisa Ramirez's voice on the walkie-talkie.
Wait a minute, ma'am, I've looked at all this stuff. Isn't this the first time you've said that?
In fact, he pointed out, it wasn't in any of the FBI reports. But Michelle insists she told them.
I did. I 100% did.
And Manning says she identified Lisa's voice to him before taking the stand.
Does it bother you that Lisa actually admitted that that was her voice on the walkie-talkie? The fact is, it was Lisa.
But that's not the issue. For me, it made a great opening to attack her credibility.
Weston then grilled Michelle about bait money, the traceable bills banks keep in their vaults to trap bank robbers.
You didn't take the bait money?
Did not take the bait money.
Why not?
They said no funny money.
You say that's suspicious, that she must have been in on it.
Correct.
Maybe worst of all for Michelle, Weston questioned her maternal instincts.
Would a mother run to a place where her daughter was if she believes that I have a bomb on my back?
She wasn't sure whether her daughter was dead or alive. Don't you think it's possible that she wasn't thinking straight?
Sure. But also what could be true is she knew it wasn't a bomb, and so she didn't have to worry about it.
Did you feel like you were on trial?
I 100% felt like I was on trial.
I would be sitting in the front row, and all I could think about was, it's going to take me maybe 6 seconds to get from this point to the offender. That is how irate I was.
Day after day, listening to this.
Listening to this.
Is it fair to beat up the victim?
Absolutely.
While Weston hammered on every decision Michelle made that day, the attorney representing Butler went after everything else.
What was the worst thing they asked you?
About my sex life. They were trying to paint me as somebody that was irresponsible, a selfish, terrible mother that would do anything for money.
And they picked apart Michelle's finances.
She's in financial distress, and that could be the motive.
Isn't it kind of odd that we're talking about motive when we're talking about a victim?
It is. The defense in the case was to make Michelle a culprit here.
After Michelle's grueling 3-day testimony, it was Christopher Butler's turn. He protected Lisa on the stand, claiming Michelle was the mastermind and that they'd had an affair.
I was shocked.
It's almost laughable.
What was his story about how the two of you met?
From what I understand, we met in a grocery store and that I recruited him.
Butler claimed that he'd gone to Michelle's house that night with Huggins and Ortiz. He said that in the early morning hours, while smoking pot, Michelle brought up the bank robbery idea again and decided they should do it that morning.
His evidence of this, his proof of this?
Zero. If any of this were true, he would have thrown Michelle down in a heartbeat in his interview.
The jury deliberated for 5 days before finding Butler guilty of the bank robbery and Breea and Kimbra's kidnapping, but they hung 9-3 on the charges of kidnapping Michelle.
When we talked to the jurors, we discovered there was one juror who completely believed Butler, and the other 2 jurors were unsure.
And they found Lisa Ramirez not guilty on all counts.
Oh, it was the best verdict I ever got in my life.
Mind-boggling. The fact that it was her idea to do this to a mother and a child, and laughing and proud of it.
How involved do you think she was in this?
Very involved. The investigators kept saying she was the brains of the outfit.
So the brains of the outfit walked.
Right.
The second trial would go very differently, with Huggins and Ortiz easily convicted.
In so many of the stories that we tell, the ending is the conviction. But in your case, in a lot of ways, that's just the beginning.
Alrighty, is it working?
Yeah.
If you close your eyes, can you still see it?
Okay.
All of it. I can still see all of it.
Even though the men who had terrorized them were now serving multiple life sentences, Michelle and Breea would never be the same.
There's aspects of that night that are gonna be with me for the rest of my life.
They were treated for post-traumatic stress disorder for over 2 years.
They had their guns.
Michelle says dealing with the break-in led to a breakthrough.
It was two choices. Call them monsters and stay angry and blame everything in my life on them, or I can take this other road. The best thing I could do for Breea is to be an example.
Enjoy the book.
Michelle wrote a book, which was made into a TV movie. And she and Breea went on speaking tours to discuss their experience with trauma.
A lot of people coming out of this would want to just forget about it, put it behind them. But you and your mom talked openly about it.
Yes, and I think it was the best decision for us.
We're speaking out about our experience.
I was showing people that it's not always the end-all be-all when something bad happens to you. You can come out of it stronger.
1 up, 2, 3, 4.
And by 2011,
she really turned the corner and started enjoying her life again.
the girl who had hidden from everything was a high school senior and competitive cheerleader.
She loved it. It was her absolute passion.
You're thriving. You're living the dream. You said you dreamed of this. You were living the dream.
I was.
Then, suddenly,
Senior year, in December, I started feeling a little off. I was dropping things.
Showed up at my work at 6 o'clock, dragging her leg, going, "Mommy, something's really wrong. Something's wrong. I don't know what's happening."
I said, "Mom, I'm really scared."
they had no idea Breea was in for the fight of her life.
We rushed her to the hospital, and they started pricking her leg, and she couldn't feel it. And her heart rate started going crazy.
Oh my gosh.
By 8 p.m. that night, I was paralyzed on my left side, couldn't talk, couldn't swallow, blind in my left eye.
We found abnormalities in the brain, is all they could tell me that night.
It almost sounds like there's that same feeling of helplessness that you had the night that you were held hostage.
Completely.
The next morning, Breea was diagnosed with an acute onset of multiple sclerosis, an autoimmune disease in which the body's immune system attacks its own tissues.
Based on the scans, she has tumefactive MS, which is not only rare in and of itself, but people Breea's age at 18 rarely get MS.
Breea says she was told she might never walk or talk again.
Just like that.
Just like that.
1, 2, 3, go.
My life just ended again. I was 18, trying to go off to college, do cheer in college, and that was never gonna happen for me.
So much of your healing had been talking, and now you couldn't talk?
No, I couldn't talk.
Okay.
I couldn't feed myself anymore.
She had to relearn all of that.
Good. But it was as if they'd been training for this for years.
Do you think in some way what happened to you when you were 7 prepared you for battling MS?
Yes, I think it made me strong enough to go through what I went through with MS.
It was, here we go again. Here we go again.
Breea would spend 6 weeks in the hospital.
2 to 3 times a day of physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy.
After she could talk again, she turned to me and said, "Kidnapping was a piece of cake compared to this."
Do it again! And just as with the kidnapping, Breea wanted to inspire others.
She wrote her college essay from her hospital room, from her wheelchair,
It is my hope that my college experience
and said, "I'm going to college. I'm going to be the first person in my family to graduate college, no matter what."
I now know that there is no time to waste. Life can change so suddenly.
She chronicled her journey on her Facebook page.
Breea, I love you.
She fought tooth and nail every single day for every single step she took. She walked out of the hospital.
This time it was Michelle doing the cheerleading.
Hi, Breea.
The rehab started in the hospital, but the real rehab was Michelle. Constantly on her. "We're gonna do this."
It's okay, good job.
We were a total team. We just ended up going into full gear. We lived in a house with stairs.
Good, that was really good.
She couldn't do stairs anymore.
So once again, you're out of a home that you've been living in.
Yeah, and I had to become her full-time caregiver for about 1.5 to 2 years, and rebuilding our life again.
Despite the odds.
4, 5, oh.
She made it to college.
She relapsed 3 times her first year in college and had to come home, but she did it.
She follows in her mom's footsteps.
Teaching her how to get her foot to stay on the line.
I mean, with the tenacity and the never give up philosophy that they have.
Lift your knee up, ready, go.
Breea is walking, talking proof.
So they told you you'd never walk again?
Yeah, I would never walk again, never see again, never anything like that.
And
I would say I beat the odds.
yet again.
Yes, exactly.
But 20 years after their world first came crashing down, they'd be faced with the unimaginable once again. Christopher Butler could be released.
It's been over 20 years. What stands out about this case in hindsight?
The victims.
From the very beginning, the case hit close to home for prosecutor Tom Manning.
The fact that there was a little girl. My daughter was the same age as Breea when this happened.
Nearly 20 years later, in June 2020, Christopher Butler was up for parole.
He's the one who lied about me.
Manning made sure he was at the hearing.
And you had a plan going in?
I did.
He saw a chance to set the record straight by asking Butler about the story he'd told on the stand.
I told Michelle if I felt it was right, I was gonna go for it.
What'd you think about that?
Go for it. Ask away.
Even though that's risky.
It's a little risky. This guy could go to the grave with these lies.
The risk paid off. Butler recanted his whole story, admitting he and Michelle never had a relationship.
How did that feel to hear that?
It's about time. I wanted everybody who ever doubted me to read this parole transcript. I want to blast it all over the internet that there was never, ever a chance that I would ever have been involved in anything like this, ever.
Breea says it's a bittersweet victory for her mom.
Feels good, but it's a little too late. You can search my mom's name and it can come up on the internet. You can't take that back.
Why does it take him so long to come clean? And it's probably because he had an opportunity to be free.
Even though Butler was unequivocal that Michelle was not involved,
he still hasn't really taken responsibility.
He blamed his old flame, Lisa Ramirez. But Butler said he was sorry for what he'd put his victims through, and even said he'd read Michelle's book more than once.
He said some of the passages in your book really got to him.
Yeah. On the road trip to Alaska, I really started to think about what it would be like to try to just understand.
Michelle says that's when she started to wonder about the people behind the masks.
This is someone's son. This is someone's brother. This is someone's grandson. What happened to them in their life that got them to the point where they thought the only option was to attack a mother and her daughter?
Do you accept Christopher Butler's apology?
I do, yeah, 1000%. I appreciate him finally being honest after all this time. I hope he keeps digging deeper.
Yeah, I forgave him a long time ago, and I accept his apology.
But neither Breea nor Michelle want Butler released. He's already been denied parole twice. The irony isn't lost on Dave.
All he really did is free everybody else. He's held hostage with his life.
In a very weird way, I could breathe. I could exhale, finally, after all this time.
While they don't believe Butler has changed his ways, they feel very differently about the other two men who held them hostage.
They confessed. They take accountability for what they did, and that's a big thing.
Are you actually rooting for these guys to succeed at this point?
Yes. They were younger than what I am now. If they are doing the work, I want nothing but the best for them.
Especially Robert Ortiz.
At the sentencing, Robert Ortiz is the only one that turned around and looked at me and said, "I'm sorry." He mouthed it.
They wrote to Ortiz back in 2011 and received a reply 9 years later.
Out of respect for him, I'm not going to say everything that's in the letter. I can say that it's beautiful, it's heartfelt, and I can't wait to see where that leads.
This is the young man who held a gun to your daughter's head.
Yes. And she spoke at his parole hearing in his favor.
There's my puppy. We're road tripping.
In the meantime, Michelle has written a follow-up book.
So, we're on our way?
About the road trip that changed her point of view.
Great morning. Really great morning.
It is about healing. Just called 9 days, which is how long I was on the road to Alaska.
It is possible to forgive.
I do believe that through this terrible tragedy,
It's possible to see beauty again.
that something beautiful was meant to come about.
Woo! Alaska!
It has built these people into these incredible human beings.
And through it all, they say they wouldn't change a thing, even the kidnapping.
So if you look back at the last 20 years, what has this journey been about?
Raising a remarkable daughter. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life, is be her mom.
It seems like both of you look at this at least a tiny bit as a gift.
Yeah. I wouldn't change it. It gave us the chance to build the bond that we have today, and it's just gotten stronger. Yeah.
I can only describe it as evil, something horrible.
From 48 Hours, this is Trained to Kill, the dog trainer, the heiress, and the bodyguard.
He couldn't control his obsession.
Who was the hunter and who was the hunted? Follow and listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My story is evil, sort of getting a taste of hell. But it's a story that needs to be told. My name is Victoria, but it's not my real name. I'm going to take you to a really dark place. I was 19 years old. I was an absolute rocker chick. That night, I was with a few friends. We were gearing up to go out and look at Christmas lights. As I was going home that evening, I know it was just after midnight. I was pulling into my complex. I noticed my gate was wide open. It was extremely dark in the parking lot, and the lights over my carport were glitching. And I thought I had heard the sound of possibly somebody coming through the gate. It was that sound of tires going over like a rail. Just the sound. I had taken my dog and stuck her inside my jacket and then folded her up real tight because it was very cold outside. And as I got out, I just had the weirdest feeling that I was being watched. And as I got up to the sidewalk, I saw a shadow go in front of a light. And as I did that, a guy just came up and fastly approached me. And he kept saying, excuse me, I'm lost. Can you help me find where the beach is?" And then a second person comes up. He had a cigarette in his hand, and I see this in slow motion in my head. I see him flicking it, and I said to myself, "Watch where it lands." And then, bam, I got pounced from the front and from the back. He slammed a gun to my head, and he's just like, in my ear, "I'm gonna kill you so bad, I'm gonna throw you off the cliffs. I'm gonna mutilate you and throw you down the cliffs." And I fought with everything I had in my soul to not be a missing person or to have a toe tag at the end.
Victoria's story is a miraculous tale of survival. But even nearly 25 years after the attack, it's not over, which is why she's not using her real name on camera.
I've been referenced as Jane Doe for many years. I just remembered thinking, I don't have a toe tag. I lived through that night.
A warning. Some of the details of Victoria's ordeal are difficult to hear. With sheer will, Victoria survived a series of terrible events, beginning with the assault on that Christmas Eve. Her attackers came out of nowhere. One she thought was Hispanic, the other an intimidating Asian man, who, according to Victoria, was the one calling the shots that night.
Bam! I got sandwiched like a bear trap. He gouged me in the eyes as hard as he could, and he slammed a gun to my head. He tells me, "Bitch, you're gonna die tonight. I'm going to effing kill you." And at that moment, my little puppy dog, who was caught in between all this, bit him so hard in the wrist, and he says, what the F was that? They both kind of broke free for a second. I threw my dog in the bushes as I ran because I didn't want her to get killed. And then my hair got pulled back. And then they both jumped on top of me and just started beating me. And he just takes his gun and he slammed it into my mouth. And he takes my hair and he turns me to the side and he says, "Do you see that?" And it was the Hispanic man with his gun pointed at the windows of my neighbors. And the Asian guy says in my ear, the first one that hears you, they're gonna get their head blown off and you're gonna watch. So it's your choice. And I heard this really loud smack, what I thought to sound like maybe a bowling ball being dropped on cement. When I came to, the door was opened and they threw me in. And then he asked me where the cliffs were. Take us to the cliffs. Do we need to go to the cliffs? So he's trying to get me to pick out where I'm going to be thrown to. And as we were going, I had this flash of my funeral. So I zoned out of that. And I said to myself, there's 2 guns, silencers are on them, and nobody knows I'm missing. So it is going to be game on from this point. And I need to think of everything I can, because all I have is my mind. That's my only weapon. So I'm like, there are no cliffs around here. I don't know where there are any cliffs. He ended up pulling over in front of someone's house. And the Asian guy said, "Bitch, take your clothes off." And he took his gun and showed me that it was loaded. And he put that into my ear and told me not to get any ideas, because he will have no problem splattering my brains in this car, and proceeded to rape me for the first time. And then he proceeded to say, I needed a beach girl for my Christmas present to myself, because I'm gonna throw you down, I'm gonna make sure the cops see you. He had a specific role for me. And I felt like my only chance to live was to rewrite that role. Just so happens that I have in my wallet a friend of mine's newborn baby picture that she had mailed me. And I remembered saying that I had a kid, I had a baby, and you're gonna let me out so I can go and see my son. And he says, "Bitch, you think I'm gonna let you go after you've identified me?" And I said, "You poked my eyeballs out with contacts in them. I can't see right now." And then it got real quiet. And I just thought, did they buy that? Did they buy that?
Victoria was desperately trying to gain their sympathy, yet the assault continued for what felt like hours. The 2 men taking turns raping her at gunpoint in the back of the car. And when things couldn't get worse, they did. The man in charge became even more sadistic.
And I'm like, this guy is psychotic. He is an animal. I just remembered thinking, At this point, I would rather die than continue where I'm at right now. And he rips the door open, rips me out by my hair. I'm naked. He's got me with the gun to my head, right here, right here. And so I'm on all fours like this. He's telling me, bitch, keep your head down, keep your head down. Right as he goes to pull the trigger, the other guy throws a jacket on me real quick. And he goes, "What the f are you doing, man?" And the friend says, "She's cold, man." And here I am on the ground going, oh my God. The guy has caved. He feels something for me. And it was that pivotal moment. And he comes down to me and he said, 1, 2. By the way, bitch, Merry effing Christmas. Run. I just kept thinking, evil has crossed my path. I was kidnapped, I was tortured, and I was left for dead. By the grace of God, I knew the right words to say, and I ended up getting away. I was like, oh my God, did I really make it? Am I not in a car?
Victoria was suddenly free, running for her life. A family took her in and called 911. But before she went to the hospital, Victoria returned with investigators to the initial crime scene. They were looking for evidence. Victoria was looking for something she had left behind.
I got out and I'm calling for my dog. Chassis, chassis. And I didn't hear anything. And I'm like, oh my God, I probably killed her when I threw her. And I'm crying now because I'm thinking she's dead. And I heard this screech sound. Yipe, 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 like this. And I saw her and I'm like, Chassis, come here, girl. And I look over and these officers are at the end of the sidewalk bawling and jumping up and down and saying, she found her, she found her. It was a perfect moment.
We got to the hospital. We went into the waiting room. You know, it was kind of all confusing because at 12 years old, I didn't understand what was happening and no one was saying anything. And all we knew is just that my sister was hurt.
I had red marks going across each one of my eyes where apparently his nails had gone in and cut the backs of my eyes. I had a semi-dislocated shoulder. I had dislodged part of my hinge in my jaw. Majority of my teeth were extremely loose. I lost a lot of hearing from the head trauma. I was in so much pain that on a scale from 1 to 10, I would have registered 1,000.
I guess the way you can explain it is it took the air out of my lungs. It was just devastating. Nothing that any child that age should have to see. She was always the strong one and always our rock. And now she was made into nothing. Now she's the one that needed us.
They took me into hiding at my grandmother's house in Huntington Beach. I wanted a shower. I wanted to be clean. And I remembered my mom, and she just lost it.
My mom couldn't do it. It was too hard for her. So I took her, but I just had to reassure her, it's okay, I'm gonna get you clean, we're gonna make you beautiful, and just, if you've ever watched a horror movie and seen a murder scene in a shower, that is what it looked like.
All this stuff was touching my foot, my ankles, like something. It reminded me of when I was in the beach. That seaweed would wrap up around your ankles. I was like, what is that? What is that? What is that? She said, don't look down. Don't look down.
As I washed her hair and as I tried to smooth it out, just chunks of hair came out. And by the time we were done, probably half of her hair was on the floor of the shower. It had just been held on there by the blood that was in her hair. That day made me an adult. It was a nightmare. And it's still a nightmare, and there's not a day that I don't think about it.
My sister's so brave. And she was so strong and got me through the worst day of my life, which was Christmas Eve.
I was assigned Victoria's case on Christmas Eve of 1990. Well, when the case was first assigned to me, I looked at it and I realized we really had a problem here. These were two violent offenders. I felt certain that they were going to continue to assault. And so I set everything else aside on my desk to work this one.
I remember sitting there and them asking me what was the shape of the brow, what was the face shape, what did their hair look like.
We post the composite drawings through the news media on television. Just about any place we could distribute the composite drawings, we did, hoping we get somebody to recognize them.
But investigators had something else, DNA. Evidence collected from Victoria's body at the hospital and from the jacket she was wearing that night yielded profiles for two men. And there was another clue, something Victoria remembered her attackers discussing.
I know that they were saying, show the respect to Sons of Samoa and really playing into that as though they were part of that gang. And I saw a smug, self-centered psychopath. He carved SOS onto my rear end. I know I've heard of SOS before. They were a really bad gang.
I thought that they had screwed up by telling her that and not killing her. I thought that was a real viable lead. I knew we'd get these guys. I was in a 90% certain range that we'd get them real quickly.
Detective Howes told me, people like this who do heinous acts will slip up one day. And I'll be there when that day happens. I felt like my whole life was completely dominated by this attack. And it really beat me down because I thought I survived it. And the realization was that my journey had just begun.
They broke her. They broke her spirit. She just was different. She didn't smile. She didn't laugh.
I remember when I would nod off to sleep, I was back in the car again. I would wake up screaming and I would shake like a seizure. I was in the moment every time I closed my eyes. So why would I want to close my eyes?
And I'd have to talk to her to get her to realize you're okay, you're safe, you're safe.
Things that set me off would be the brake of a car, a door shutting, the phone ringing, knocks on my door, TV, the news. Somebody passed by a window, and I heard this quick move and the shadow. They're coming to get me again, they're coming to get me again.
I would double check all the windows and doors for her over and over because she was too terrified.
How in the world am I gonna get past this?
This one was at the top of the pile for a very long time. I thought there was enough information immediately to have these guys in jail in a few weeks. We worked at Sons of Samoa angle for about a year. There was nothing, there was no rumors on the street, there was no gang intel, there was no one matching the descriptions, so I had to come to the conclusion that it was a false lead. What didn't we have in this investigation? We did not have a license plate. We did not have fingerprints. Nobody else saw the bad guys coming or going. What we had was a lot of nothing. But we knew we had to work the DNA. And in 1990, DNA evidence was just starting to become popular. And so we had this good DNA evidence that would tie us to somebody. We just didn't have a big enough data bank to make the connection. It was incredibly frustrating.
After the days turned into weeks and turned into months.
I'd have to tell her, no, we got nothing.
And then years went by.
The case had gone cold and actually gone to the point to where we weren't actively doing a lot with it.
Knowing that they were still out there made me fear for every single person on the street in the daytime walking amongst two demons, because they were out there and nobody knew who they were. For my sanity and my health, I was going to leave the state and start over fresh. It was amazing. It felt like the weight of the world lifted off my shoulders. Eventually, I made it to where it wasn't with me every day. I could sleep through a whole night. I was regaining some of my inner peace, and I think with that, allowing myself to feel again, I had made a phone call to an old friend, and the day he showed up, he never left. And then I ended up having twins. It's the highlight of our lives. And one day, I received a phone call that I waited for 18 years.
I said, yeah, we got him. We finally got a DNA hit.
This was the best part of the story.
Yes, yes.
To know that one of them was caught.
Just to confirm that she could identify him, we arranged to send the photo lineup to her.
So the moment I looked at this lineup, I immediately knew.
And she goes, number 1, no. Number 2, no. Number 3, no. Number 4, no.
Number 5 was him.
That's the face I see every night when I go to bed before I fall asleep. That's the nightmare I have. And I don't have to look at number 6.
When I saw his face, I said, you're caught. It's you. And I've caught you. And you're gonna go down.
Please welcome from Huntington Beach, California, Joe Son.
The name to the DNA was a man named Joseph Son.
Rather than going and hiding and staying away from the limelight, he was in the MMA.
And now he's in command on the ground.
It all came together. That's why he was doing all the wrestling type moves with me.
Oh, now he's working the choke. He's got it around. He's no longer around that arm.
Joseph's son was in the DNA database only because he had a conviction after he kicked in the door of a former roommate's car. As part of his plea deal, Son had agreed to submit his DNA. And that's what led to the hit in Victoria's case in 2008. But investigators couldn't believe what else they found. He was an actor with a role in a Hollywood blockbuster, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery.
I had his movie sitting on my rack. I remember running over to there and just destroying it. Because I thought, are you serious? He's in my home?
Joe, we're trying to give you your opportunity to tell us what happened that night.
I've never done anything like that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Completely denied the crime, completely denied any contact with her whatsoever.
That's nasty. That wasn't me.
We knew that he was lying to us. I prefer confession, but sometimes a lie is just as good.
Despite Son's denials, there was that DNA. So in October 2008, he was charged with multiple counts of rape and kidnapping. And then the case was handed off to another DA, brand new to the sexual assault unit.
It was my first day. I had been on the job in sexual assault for maybe half an hour. I just pulled a case down by random, and it's the Joseph Son case. I cannot believe the horrors that this woman had to go through. This is my entire caseload. I'm never gonna survive. This is a case that you have to work for, you have to fight for to make sure she gets justice. I was glad we had Joseph's son, but I wanted to find the second suspect. You know he's dangerous, you know he's out there. That was my priority number one. When I got this case, it kept me up at night. We had identified one of the suspects who had assaulted Victoria, and I knew there was another one out there. And that's really where I focused my initial energy. So we decided to put Joseph's son's picture out on a bulletin along with the sketch of the second assailant, and we put it out to the media.
We weren't getting anything, I mean, nothing. And we're going, come on, you know, somebody has to know this guy. And then a couple of days into it, we get an email from a man who wanted to be anonymous.
He told us he didn't know anything about the crime, but he knew Joseph's son in high school, and he knew one of Joseph's friends. And the sketch looked a lot like that friend. It's a couple of months of hard detective work, and they were able to put together a very good profile about who this individual was and where he was living.
And his name was Santiago Gaetan.
We still need to identify him. We still have DNA evidence for the second offender, so we need to get his DNA and compare that.
2 Huntington Beach detectives set up surveillance outside of his apartment complex. They were there for maybe 30 minutes, and they saw Santiago Gaetan walking out of his apartment, drinking a bottle of sun-kissed soda, and throwing out the trash. Finishes his last drink from the bottle and puts it on top of the dumpster. The detectives get out of the car, they grab the bottle, they bag it, they grab the trash, they take that with them.
And what do you know? It was a DNA match.
So Santiago Gaetan is arrested.
That was the best night's sleep of my life.
Mr. Gaetan had minimal criminal history. He had moved out of state and essentially had tried to start a new life for himself. He had a wife, he had a couple of children. He was like anyone else you might meet. So we've identified the suspects. Now's when the real work begins. Anytime you have a case that's 18 years old, you know there's the potential for things to go wrong. Memories fade, evidence gets lost. So I wanted to make sure that I dotted my I's and I crossed my T's. Let's get ready. Let's get ready for trial.
But things did go wrong, very wrong. Deputy DA Scarborough made a sickening discovery. It had taken police so long to track down the suspects. The statute of limitations for rape and kidnapping had run out.
It was like my stomach had hit the floor. There was the very real likelihood that we were gonna have to dismiss the case and they were gonna walk out of the courthouse scot-free.
Oh my God.
I spent the weekend looking for different ideas and different angles. I reread through the entire case file. And so a light went off. Why don't I charge torture? There was no other way to describe the defendant's conduct other than they had tortured her. Because torture carries the possibility of life imprisonment, there is no statute of limitations. There was still going to be an opportunity to bring Victoria justice. One of my absolute best days, bar none. Santiago Gaitan's attorney ultimately approaches me and says his client is willing to plead guilty.
I agreed that a plea deal would be acceptable, but he needed to confess what he did. He confessed to everything. And they gave him 17 years. Son decided that he wanted to go to trial. He wasn't going to confess to anything.
Then let's get ready to go.
An actor from the Austin Powers movies goes on trial in Orange County this week for charges of a violent rape.
The trial took place in August of 2011. Victoria was essential to this prosecution.
I had a job to do. My job was to put away what I considered one of the biggest monsters ever.
I was terrified for my sister because I knew that she was going to have to see him.
My biggest concern about going in the courtroom was making eye contact. I didn't want him to be able to wink at me or do anything that would give him the sensation that he was doing something to me again. So I didn't allow him eye contact.
The testimony was heart-wrenching to hear.
The jurors were horrified.
And they needed to hear every single detail.
There were jurors who had tears in their eyes.
There wasn't a dry eye in the whole courtroom.
Joseph's son did not testify during the trial. At various times throughout the case, he would attempt to yell out, "That's a lie. They're making this up."
When I was waiting for the jury to make their decision, in my head I thought, was everybody affected? Did they believe me? Did they see the evidence? DNA is DNA.
There are no guarantees in a jury trial.
What if 99% of them feel one way and one doesn't?
The jury deliberated for a few hours before they reached the verdict.
He was guilty. Guilty of torture. I just thought, you son of a bitch. Now you're the one who has your hands behind your back. Have a little taste of my life and what you put me through.
Joseph's son was sentenced to 7 years to life in prison, which meant that theoretically he would one day be eligible for parole. But then just 1 month later, guards made a gruesome discovery.
No one was safe around Joseph's son. No one's safe.
In my career, I have dealt with what I think is some of the worst that humanity has produced. Joseph's son, I think, deserves a place at the top of that list. Joseph's son was convicted and sentenced. He was transported to state prison. Within a very short time of being there, he murdered his cellmate.
The fact that the cellmate died of punches, kicks, and blows, it just sounded exactly like the person that I was with that night, who did the same thing to me.
Under California law, if you're serving a life term in prison and you kill somebody in prison, that could be a death penalty trigger. And so it would be possible for them to file a death penalty case against Joseph's son for this. And if so, Victoria would need to come and testify at the sentencing to say, this is the crime he committed against me. He's bad enough a guy to warrant that level of punishment.
Honestly, in the very beginning, I didn't think he deserved to live. But there was a lot more to it than that I had to think about. I didn't know if I had enough energy to do this battle. I understood they wanted to put him to death. I mean, he killed somebody. He tried to kill me. He's an animal. But I just felt at the end of the day that I was done. I had a life to live, and I wasn't interested anymore.
So prosecutors dropped the death penalty for Joseph's son's upcoming trial. But Victoria's ordeal was still not over. It's hard to believe, but once again, she found herself in a fight for her life.
I had noticed in May of 2014 that I wasn't feeling that great. I shared with my husband that, and he said, get to the doctor immediately. He just had a bad feeling. I was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer.
I think you, for a minute or so, lose your faith that why is this happening to my sister so many times? Why is she being attacked in different ways? Why can't she just have a beautiful, happy life? Why now does this have to come in?
I needed to get in immediately and start getting treatment.
When she got diagnosed, I told her I'm gonna shave my head because I didn't want her to go through it alone. And I wanted to make her feel that I supported her. To shave your head for someone, in my heart, meant that I'm traveling with you.
It made me feel like I wasn't the only bald person in the room. And it made me feel like I had someone like me there. I've managed to bounce back pretty good. I'm in remission, and I'm just gonna stay in that light for as long as it allows me to.
She has that something in her that allows her to bounce back even when bad things happen to her. It's quite remarkable of her to do that. I don't know if it's in her DNA or in her karma or in her personality, the way she was raised, I have no idea. For her to not only survive, but to survive well and do well, it's a miracle. It's miraculous stuff.
I chose the name Victoria because I find that it's more rewarding and more healing to be called Victoria, because it was a victory. It was an epic victory. There is happiness after tragedy. It's okay to be happy again. I've had my kids. We're in a good place. I'm healthy again. And I rock out every chance I get.
When I was a kid, I had a strange fear of being kidnapped. That always scared me. It always freaked me out that there might be somebody that wanted to take me and I'd never see my family again. We were headed home from a family vacation in Mexico. Family trips to Mexico have always been wonderful, and we've been going for as long as I can remember.
Davinia and Tyler were asleep in the back seat. For some reason, Tyler always sits behind his mom, and Davinia always sits behind me. They've done it their whole life. I don't know why. We were on the toll road headed north. You could see the lights of San Diego. A police car turned on their lights, the red and blue lights and siren, and I looked back and I said, crap, Dad, we're getting pulled over.
I heard sirens at the same time I felt the truck kind of jerk over to the side, and I asked him, were you speeding? What have you done? He said, no, I wasn't speeding. At that point, we were probably 1.5 miles as a crow flies from the border. We were so close to being home.
We've been pulled over by police before. It's never really been a big deal.
So he pulled over. The policeman walked up to the window. He didn't even get a chance to really talk to him.
And he put a gun straight to my forehead right here. Told me to get back in the truck.
At that same exact second, another car came around and blocked us in. It happened so incredibly fast.
So at that point, there was nowhere we could go. They really trapped us in.
I looked in the mirror and could see probably 8, 10 guys.
There were 8 to 10 gunmen.
There's men surrounding our truck.
They were all dressed the same in a kind of a military type.
Very precise in their movements. All the other guys, except for that first one, had their faces covered. They just had this portion of their eyes showing.
They all had guns with silencers on them. They told us to put our heads down and shut up. I remember my brother saying, "Oh God, no, please no." After being told for I don't know how many times that you're gonna die, like, there's not a lot of other options to think.
In the truck, Chris had a radio that is specifically made for off-road racing. Right before they were opening the door, I grabbed the mic and I said, "Is anyone out there? We need help." And no one came back on the race radio.
There was nobody to turn to, nobody to call, nowhere to go.
Once they realized that the race radio was there, they ripped it off the mount, they ripped out the wires.
When all this was happening, a guy climbed into the truck on my brother's side.
There were guys in the back seat with the kids with guns on them as well.
And another man jumped in the driver's seat.
He tried to reach back behind me and touch them and pat their legs or rub their legs, and I just kept telling them, "I love you and it's gonna be okay." The whole time I'm doing this, there's this guy with a gun in my side yelling at me to shut up and keep my head down.
This took place in November of 2007. We went down for the Baja 1000. It was Tyler's, it was gonna be his 16th birthday.
Chris and Tyler were working as part of a pit crew for the Baja 1000. Tyler started racing motorcycles when he was 5. He's very adventurous.
Ever since my dad would take him, he would jump in a car and help out where he could with changing tires or handing a driver a water bottle. Anything he could do to spend the day in the dirt.
As a family, we have traveled to Mexico a lot.
We would just go and have fun. It was just, you didn't have a care. You went down and relaxed on the beach. It was always warm.
Cabo San Lucas is the very south tip of the Baja Peninsula. It's amazing. The day before we came back, we had stopped along a little spit of beach coming up the peninsula. And probably 35 people met up with us in this deserted beach. And we all barbecued and drank beers on the beach and camped out overnight. And that was probably the most perfect day we've ever had down there.
It was awesome. We got up really early in the morning to drive home. At first we were caravanning on the way home, and those caravans get a little broken up.
And we were pulling a big travel trailer, so we weren't driving nearly as fast as anybody else.
The plan was to stop in another city and sleep.
I'm using the cell phone and calling the hotel and confirming, yes, we're gonna check in late, we still want that room, please hold the room. No problem, Mrs. Hall, keep coming, we've got your room. When we get there, the room's gone. I really think that was the turning point.
I was tired and I was like, you know what, we're not that far from home, we're just gonna keep going home.
Just go forwards 5 hours and sleep in our own bed. At the time, it seemed like an okay idea.
My dad said, please take it all, leave us here. Just whatever you want, take it, leave us here. And the guy took his gun and put it to my dad's forehead and said, shut up. I was so afraid that I was gonna watch my dad get shot right there in front of me, 6 inches from where I was standing.
I could hear Chris breathing really heavily, like in through his nose and kind of shuddering out through his mouth. I could hear Tyler breathing really, really heavily, and I never heard a peep out of Davinia.
Deborah had to sit up and pretend like everything was okay. I remember her crying and trying to reach back and hold Tyler's hand.
Chris is the even-keeled one in our family. He kind of sets the tone for things. If he turned white gray, he looked like he was going to be sick. And if he's scared, I'm scared.
We begged him, just please let our kids go. Just let the kids go. Deborah and I didn't care what happened to us.
These are my babies. They don't need this. Just let them walk away. We're out in the middle of nowhere. My kids are not going to hurt you. They're not going to call anyone. Just let them go. And they didn't care.
They just laughed at us and said, shut up about your kids.
I think the gunmen were nervous once they discovered it was an entire family in the truck, and that scared me in itself because the dynamics have changed. They're nervous too.
And then he started driving, and the cars followed us.
And then they made a right-hand turn off the toll road, but not at an exit or anything. And then drove up into the hills.
They said they were gonna shoot us, that we were gonna die.
When we were traveling, it was in November of 2007, we weren't aware of any issues that were happening across the border that would make us question traveling on the road at night or traveling on the road alone.
Mexico has become one of the most dangerous places on Earth. In the number of kidnappings for ransom. Drug gangs have killed more than 5,000 people. That's more than the entire...
I don't see it as the Hall's fault at all. These criminals took advantage of the family. Being pulled over late at night in Mexico when you're been traveling all day by a group that's dressed as law enforcement, it's very intimidating. The groups think that you do have money or you do have vehicles. You know, at that point it becomes very serious and very life-threatening. The violence in Mexico has increased dramatically in the last 2 years. There's a battle going on. San Diego, we had probably 200 murders last year. In Tijuana, which is next to San Diego, we're talking about 1,000 murders. We're seeing targeted executions. Criminal organizations are melting human bodies in acid, and they're hanging them from bridge abutments for everybody to see. Drug cartels in Mexico are getting into kidnapping for ransom, and they're executing anybody who stands in their way. If you're kidnapped, you could expect to get executed.
They drove us onto a dirt road up into the mountains above Tijuana. I don't know exactly where I was because they made us keep our heads down, and they stopped.
They kept asking us, who are you? What's your name? What do you do for a living? Where's the race car? Where's all the money?
My dad told him, I'm just a truck driver. There's no race car, I'm just a truck driver. I think these people wanted money. I think they thought we were somebody who we weren't.
They were going through the trailer, just ransacking everything.
They dug for money and cell phones.
I told them, you know, this is all the cash we have on us. This is our name. We're not anyone. I mean, we're just somebody's family.
I remember them rubbing down my legs to check my pockets and my pants. I remember somebody grabbing at my neck, looking for any jewelry.
I was absolutely worried about them being raped. Don't think I've ever felt that helpless in my life.
You've got 8 to 10 guys with guns. I just did not want them touching my daughter. I was scared to death of that.
It was creepy. I didn't want them near me. And I know my dad didn't like the fact that they were running, you know, grabbing at my legs and my neck and stuff, trying to look for things. And then I couldn't imagine having to watch his daughter have that happen.
And my only thought was to tell her I'm so sorry and to try and protect her as best I could.
My mom kept asking these guys to please just leave my babies here and take what they want, just leave the kids alone. And they were mocking her. She would say, please just leave my babies here. And they would be like, oh, please, please just leave my babies here. It was cruel.
As a parent in that situation, I felt like the most horrible person there is. Because there wasn't anything we could do to help the kids.
Tyler was shaking and crying. He was very, very upset. He had a gun pointed in his side the entire time we were there. I just kept trying to hold his hand, tell him that I love him. I mean, I tried to tell him it's gonna be okay, but how do you tell somebody it's gonna be okay when they have a gun in their side?
Once they realized there was no race car on the trailer, left the trailer there and took us further up in the mountains.
We got to the top of the mountain and they stopped again.
Where they took us, really dark, like pitch black, not be able to see your hand in front of your face, pitch black out.
These men pulled my dad and I out of the driver's side, and my dad instantly just wrapped his arms around me and he hugged me and he told me he was sorry and that he loved me. And they pulled my mom and my brother out of the passenger side.
He's still breathing really heavily. And I looked over and they were putting him into a ditch on his knees, pointed away from me. And there were 2 men with guns, one on each side and Tyler in the middle. And I thought, oh my God, they're gonna shoot my baby. This is it. And I just didn't want to see that happen. Just stop for just a second. Our friend George had driven down with Chris and Tyler. The second day we were in Cabo, George said when he woke up that he had had a bad dream. He dreamt that there were guns and somebody was killed, and he just couldn't shake this bad feeling. He said, I just need to leave. In retrospect, I think, George had this dream. It was a premonition. We should have all left. When the hotel gave away our rooms, that was a sign. And we had 2 signs, and we ignored them both. And now look what happened. When they put Tyler in the ditch, I was physically ill. One of the gunmen placed me in the same ditch about 8 feet from him, and he kind of shoved me down into the dirt, and I crawled over to where Tyler was, and the guy yelled something at me, and I'm like, told me to stop. And I'm like, you know what? No, you're throwing us in a ditch. If he's gonna kill us in a ditch, I'm not gonna be 8 feet from my baby. They threw a sleeping bag over Tyler and I thought, they're gonna shoot us. This is it. They're putting the sleeping bag on us so that when they shoot us, they don't get blood on them.
Because of how big my dad's truck was, we couldn't see my mom and my brother. So we rounded the back of the truck, and my brother was laying face down, and so was my mom, and both of their bodies were covered with a sleeping bag. And right then and there, I thought they were dead.
The last thing that I remember seeing before they threw the sleeping bag over Tyler and I is Tyler's head. I crawled over and I just put my hand over his head and kind of held his head, and I was whispering to him that I loved him and I was so very sorry that we got us into this. And he was like, "It's okay, Mom, it's okay, I love you, it's okay."
They forced my dad and I down on the ground with my mom and my brother.
Davinia and I got over there as close to them as we could, and as Davinia got down the ditch, I got down, tried to get on top of her as best I could to cover her body with my body.
I could hear my brother crying and I could feel him shaking. We all just laid there, and they threw a pillow on the back of my dad and I's head. At that point, I really thought this was it. Execution style to the back of the head, all of us laying here. We were gonna die. I told my brother that I loved him. I told my mom and dad that I loved them. It was kind of like, just wait for it. And, you know, is this gonna hurt? Am I gonna know it just happened? But it never came.
It seemed like a long time and nothing had happened. And it seemed like it got real quiet.
And we laid there, and the truck drove away. And we laid there, and they were gone. They were just gone. And after probably 10 minutes of laying there, my dad got brave enough to stick his head up and look around and realized there was nobody around.
Deborah kept saying, "Keep your head down, keep your head down." And I looked around and everybody was gone, and the truck was gone. And the four of us gave each other a big hug, and I remember Deborah and I telling the kids, "We're sorry, we're gonna get you out of here." We had no cell phone, no nothing, and we had no clue where we were, no sense of north, south, east, or west, no sense of direction because of the fog.
Our first reaction was to get up, get out, get away. My mom wanted to find a place to stay until daylight so we could see what we're doing, where we were going, and everybody else felt, no, we need to get out of this situation. What if they come back?
Tyler was sick, and we were all just so cold from being out exposed to that cold fog and air for so long. So we wrapped the sleeping bags around Tyler, and Chris just said, "Come on, we're walking. We're getting out of here."
And I said, "We gotta sit and listen for the ocean." I knew as long as we could find the ocean, we could find our way to help and find our way home. And we started walking.
We were all in shorts because we had just come from Cabo where it was 90 degrees out. Being the middle of November, in the middle of the night, it was about 48 degrees, I believe.
There were cactus, there were trees, there were bushes, there were barbed wire fences everywhere, rocks. We're wearing flip-flops and we're trying to go down steep goat trail type, no trail terrain. I mean, just not something that you would ever walk on if you were wearing hiking boots. I mean, it was just bad.
We probably walked down the mountain for 45 minutes to an hour. We saw a light, a very faint light in the distance, and it was a trailer, and we could hear dogs barking.
Deb said, "There's a house, I see a light." And she wanted to start walking towards the house, and I didn't think it was a good idea.
And so my mom started yelling, "Help." Somebody came out and fired 2 rounds in our direction. Now we're getting shot at. We ducked and hit the ground, just trying to get as low as possible to get out of any potential line of fire.
God's supposed to take care of you and give you only what you can handle, and now we've got some other Yahoo shooting at us. It was crazy.
If you don't prepare yourself for the worst, you know, how are you gonna get through it when it comes? You're not necessarily always safe when you think you are. In 2001, my freshman year of high school, there was a school shooting.
Just getting reports of shots fired at Santana High School in Santee. We've heard that 3 students...
It sounded like fireworks just going off. Pop, pop, pop.
I walked into class and I instantly started hearing popping noises.
See so many ambulances at the school.
And someone said, somebody's got a gun. I heard some shots.
They're doing it sounded like a shooting at Santana High School.
We heard the shots, and I saw some kid laying on the ground.
She was in the 9th grade when they had the shooting at the high school. 14.
I was really close to where the gunman was. Grabbed my camera, started taking pictures.
I happened to be in a cooking class. You could hear screaming and just chaos.
Everybody was running around. Who is he? I don't know. I just got a
You have a whole quad full of people. You know, he fired, he killed a person in the restroom. He shot someone in the back who ran and collapsed and died in my teacher's arms.
And he is still shooting. He's still shooting. He's still shooting. Okay.
People were running into the classroom saying, he's got a gun, there's somebody with a gun. And the next hallway over from where I was, another freshman was coming out of the bathroom just shooting. No real target, just shooting. The SWAT team came into the classroom. It was a team of 3 or 4 men. They had us one by one go out of the classroom.
Okay, where's the shooter? He was in the boys' bathroom.
We know that there is 1 suspect in custody.
The shooter was Andy Williams. He was a fellow freshman. It was a kid that said he was bullied.
I didn't know she was okay until I actually saw her. I was never so glad to see her in my life, and she was shaking. She was really scared.
It was instant crying and hugging and just so happy to see them. I mean, he took 2 lives, and he permanently mentally wounded a lot of people.
She went from a little girl that, you know, was innocent to seemed like she grew up to an adult right then and there.
I think the school shooting forced me to grow up a lot faster than most teenagers grow up.
We heard some dogs barking, and Deb said, "There's dogs, there's a house, I see a light."
I'm in flip-flops, my mom's in flip-flops, everybody's in sandals. It's very slippery. My legs were getting cut up by the brush, and we kept falling.
Tyler absolutely stood up and shared the burden. He definitely looked after and watched out for his mom and his sister as best he could. We crossed the toll road, not realizing it was the toll road. got into this housing area, and we yelled for help, and we rang bells, and we banged on doors, and nobody would help us.
It was around 3 in the morning and my doorbell was ringing. So I got up and I went through the window. When I opened the curtain, I saw 4 people standing there, father, mother, and the 2 children, teenagers. They looked very scared. Something told me I should open the door, and I opened the door.
And she came out and she said, "Get in here right now." And she pulled us in and she took us into her home. And she was a lifesaver, literally, an amazing woman. She gave me her jacket. She said, "What can I do for you?" I said, "Can we use your bathroom when we're all just, do you have water?" And she gave us her water. And she said, "You can use my bathroom." She said, "It doesn't flush, but I'll carry the buckets of water to flush the toilet for you."
I noticed they had some scratches on their knees and some on their arms. So I offered to clean them up and give them some medicine. I offered to call the police so they could get some more help.
She said that she was going to call the police. And we all said, "No, don't call the police. The police are who had us. Don't call the police." She said, no, this isn't, I'm gonna call. I know the men in my department. It's gonna be okay. And she called the police department in her little colonia, and 2 men came in a pickup truck. And they put Davinia and I in front with the driver and put Chris and Tyler in the back with the other policemen. And we did not want to be separated.
And my mom told the woman, "If you don't hear from us in a few hours, please call my dad," so my grandpa. And the woman said, "You'll be fine. They're gonna take you home. These police are gonna take you home." And she wrote down their names, their truck number, their license plate number, every detail about them. And when they were driving us to the border, they were going a way that I've never been to the border. And I think that made my mom and I both very nervous. And then the officer that was driving, he shook his head and he looked down and said, "You need to go home. It's not safe for you in here." And so they rushed us up to the border, and they got out of the car, and both of the officers hugged my entire family, and we thanked them as much as we could, and they said, "Go."
When we walked up to the first customs agent, we told him who we were, what had happened to us.
We were sweaty, bruised, just a mess.
And we said, "We don't have any ID or anything. We need a bathroom, we need a phone, and we need water." And said there's a bathroom and a phone at McDonald's across the street. He didn't seem to really care.
The San Diego Police Department has like a little satellite trailer thing right at the border. We talked to the police. They would only take the stolen purses and wallets report. And I said, "Well, what about the brand new truck that doesn't have 8,000 miles on it, and the 3-month-old camping trailer, and I don't know, being kidnapped at gunpoint by the Mexican police?" And they said, "That's not our issue. We don't care about that. We're here to take the stolen property report."
And that was the extent of the police report they could take.
We left, they let us leave. We went to the McDonald's like they told us. We didn't know where else to go.
And we called my cousin, and we called him Collect, and he came to pick us up.
The crime that occurred to the family down in Mexico, and they reach out to United States law enforcement to assist, it sometimes becomes very difficult for us because we have no authority in Mexico.
When we were pulled over, in my heart, I honestly believe that it was the Mexican police or possibly the federales.
At the time, we were under the impression they were police because they pulled us over like they were police, and they were very well organized, but truly we didn't know.
There have been several reports of kidnapping cells, or what we call the criminal element, that do use Mexican law enforcement uniforms, also Mexican military uniforms, to further their criminal enterprises.
the time, I had no idea who they were, and I still don't know who these people are.
The bandits were probably after the expected race car that they thought was in the trailer. Anybody down in Mexico gets accosted by what they think are law enforcement person or military personnel, and then they're held at gunpoint. They're placed in a ditch face down and guns held at them, at their heads. They're extremely lucky to be alive.
I never felt it was over until I was home, in my own home.
We were just so glad to be home.
I remember getting home, just being thrilled to be home, happy to be around our dogs, but still worried because they had our driver's license, they had our address, they knew who we were.
After we got home from Mexico, we had 4 people sleeping in our bed for a while.
Once we did get home, as a family, we went to go see a therapist.
Sleep, we don't sleep anymore. A couple hours here and a couple hours there. We don't get a peaceful night's sleep.
I'd sleep maybe an hour to a night. Pretty much ran on energy drinks.
Nightmares all the time.
I absolutely have nightmares. I honestly think that the men with the guns are in our house. And I will wake up screaming and I don't even know it's happening.
Tyler kind of went into his own little, locked himself away kind of thing.
Tyler wanted nothing to do with seeing a therapist, didn't like it.
I would like to talk to Tyler about it. He's not comfortable with it.
Tyler hates to discuss anything that happened down in Mexico.
I think that Tyler is trying the hardest to ignore what happened. If you ignore it, maybe it'll just go away.
The therapist and my parents both felt that I should go see a therapist on my own, based off the fact that this is not my first traumatic experience.
And someone said, somebody's got a gun.
I know exactly what I was wearing, and it's been 8 years. And that sticks in my head every day. I think with any traumatic event, your personality changes. I don't know whether mine was for the good or for the worse.
I think that Davinia was able to deal with the Mexico incident much better due to the shooting at Santana. She knows that she can be exposed to something that traumatic and come through okay on the other side. I think that it's really hard on Chris.
I felt responsible for bringing him to Mexico, and I felt like I put him in that situation. Even if I had one gun, there were still 8 to 10 guys with guns. No matter how I look at this in different directions, the outcome would have been way worse than what it was.
When he and I do discuss what happened, I say, had you been, Mr. I'm macho dad, rescuing my family, they probably would have killed you and killed us.
I guess what I did was right because my family's alive and nobody was hurt. But in my mind, it sure seems like I could have done something different.
We're all home and we're all together and we're all safe. And I really credit him with that. I'm at work. This person is obviously, an official with the State Department calling me. He said, I regret to inform you that we found Chris's body in Tijuana. Your first reaction is to go, oh my God. They were sure it was Chris because this man had his driver's license in his pocket. I hadn't talked to him in probably 2.5 hours. I had to get a hold of Chris and I called him at home. And he was actually meeting with someone. He said, I'm in a meeting, can I call you right back? Well, absolutely, call me back, don't call me back. I just needed to hear your voice. I called him back, leave a message, you have the wrong person, this is not my husband, please don't call me back. The next day I get a call from someone else within the State Department. They left me a voicemail and they said, Mrs. Hall, we're so sorry for your loss. We'd really like to help you make arrangements to get your husband's body back across the border. I'm I'm like, are you freaking kidding me with this? Don't they talk to each other? Third day, I get another call from the same person. Mrs. Hall, we understand that this is a stressful time. Can we help you make arrangements to get him back? And I was just, by this point, I'm not even frustrated anymore. I'm beyond that. And I called and left her a message. I said, you know what? I never liked him. Keep him. I don't care what you do with the body. They never called me back. I think things are getting better. It's getting back to normal. I don't know if it'll ever be normal, but it's absolutely getting better.
Our experience has brought us together.
As time goes on, hopefully this will heal itself.
We're a couple.
My parents, being younger parents, are a lot of fun.
I think as a family, we're definitely adventurers. We like to get out and see what there is to see.
We bought a boat. We all go to the river together. That's our new place to go, I guess. We just had our 25th anniversary. We took our kids to Hawaii for their first time.
And we had a lot of fun. I don't think there's anything that's gonna take the place of Mexico just because it's such a different world down there.
Even Tyler still talks about the happy times. Still talks about his favorite burrito shop.
There were so many times that were good that completely outweigh the bad.
And know we've lost Mexico and we won't go back, and just leave it at that.
It's just gonna have to be something that was once upon a time for us.
It's so powerful to see how my mom handled this situation. She's amazing, you know, and she's really, really strong.
How often do residential kidnappings happen here?
Very rare. Yeah, not very often at all. Schanda Handley is at her home with her daughter, Isabella. Her friend came over just to come and visit with her.
We talked for about 5 or 10 minutes, and the doorbell rang. And so I went to the door, and it's these two men.
These two individuals essentially present themselves to be delivery men of some sort. Schanda sees them, says, look, I have a friend over, now is not a good time. She goes to close the door on them. They force themselves in with guns.
They started to scream, to get the F on the floor, and don't move. They handcuffed me in front like this.
I was just stunned. I saw that my mom and her friend were handcuffed.
I said, I have valuables, I have jewelry, I have cash, I have precious metals, I can get you money. Didn't interest them at all.
I said, come with me, and she went, and then they came back and asked me, and I said no, and they just accepted that and left.
They put her in the van.
I'm hooded. They hooded me as soon as I went into the van. It was a van that didn't have the windows in the back, and it was just a rubber mat without seats back there, and laid me on the floor.
And then they leave. These guys are heading out of town with Schanda Handley in the back of that van.
One of the guys sat on top of me, you know, so he stayed screaming at me. He had the gun to my head. I was trying to pay attention to where we were. I could feel when we picked up speed that we had made a turn. I was like, oh no, my heart sunk. I was like, we're on an interstate or something. And the guy stripped me. They threatened to assault me sexually. He put a pill in my mouth and he gave me another. I said, "What are you giving me?" And he said, "Don't worry about that." And so I guess I started to maybe drift a little, and I started praying.
So this particular day, I got out of work. As I was traveling, there was a wreck on the interstate. I got stopped behind a white van. I could kind of see the driver of the van was starting to get nervous in the mirror. He was looking at me. He decided to get into the shoulder and speed off. It didn't sit right with me, so I got in behind him. I put my emergency lights, sirens on.
Then I hear sirens, and I was like, yeah, okay, thank you, God.
This is where the vehicle exited. It's a dead end onto a dirt road, which had been mud because it just rained. Their van got stuck. That's when they exited the vehicle and kept running.
The siren stopped, and I just sunk again. And I was like, what happened? Did I imagine the sirens? What's going on? And I'm full of anxiety.
When you approached the van, you've got your gun drawn?
Yes, sir. I opened the rear door of the van, and in the van, what I thought was a mannequin moved. It scared me, it startled me, so I jumped back and I shut the door. I said, oh my God, things aren't always what they seem.
I didn't know what was going on with my mom. There was no one really telling me what was happening.
Police say the woman was forcefully removed from her home in Lafayette.
With her childhood home now a crime scene and her mother, Schanda Handley, just abducted by armed intruders, Isabella Cumberland found herself confused amidst a crowd of investigators and forensic analysts.
They wanted to go over the fingerprints on the doors, upstairs, my phone, and it just kind of felt like I was another piece of evidence.
Isabella, then just 14 years old, was trying to process the sight of the violent kidnapping she had just witnessed at her family's home in Lafayette, Louisiana on August 6th, 2017. As they're driving away with her, did you think that was the last time you'd ever see her?
I thought there was a chance.
Lafayette investigators and Isabella had no idea that about an hour after the kidnapping, just across the state near Baton Rouge, Chad Martin, an Iberville Parish Sheriff's deputy, had just pulled over a suspicious white van after a brief pursuit. There were two men inside. When they pulled into this parking spot, they got stuck in the mud. So the men jump out and they take off running. And right behind us is the Intercoastal Waterway. They jump in and disappear. And when Martin went to clear that vehicle, he discovered Schanda Handley, handcuffed and naked in the back.
She looked at me, and I'll never forget this. She said, "Are you the real police, or are you the one that's gonna kill me?"
And he was like, "You're safe. You're safe."
Just minutes before, Martin was rushing home for Sunday dinner in his squad car after clocking out, unaware of Shanda's kidnapping nearly 60 miles away. His biggest worry at that time was his wife's wrath. I heard you were habitually late for dinners.
I had a tendency to be late for everything.
Now, he had unwittingly made the rescue of a lifetime. What's going through your head? I mean, you were just trying to pull over a couple of guys who looked a little suspicious.
I can't really tell you what was going through my head. Almost like I went into robot mode, and I was just trying to get this woman help.
Schanda told him a harrowing story, that the kidnappers had drugged her. and threatened to rape her and kill her.
If not for Chad Martin.
Oh, I would be dead. I can't even imagine, but I know it wasn't going to be quick and swift.
Martin relayed the news of Shanda's rescue to dispatch, and it soon reached Isabella.
Whenever they told me that she was safe, I felt this relief.
Law enforcement began to ask questions. Who were Shanda's kidnappers? And why did they abduct her? But for Schanda, there was no mystery who was behind it.
She had said that she believed that her husband is the one that had paid them to kill her.
Her estranged husband, Michael Handley. Schanda says that before the difficult months leading up to the kidnapping, Michael would have been the last person she could have imagined would harm her. They had met in 2005 through friends in Lafayette, at a time when both were single parents and emerging from failed marriages.
He was really catering and just sweet and compassionate.
Another thing they had in common? Both were in recovery for addiction.
At that time, I had been sober for about 18 years.
Oh, wow.
Michael was newly clean and sober. He had about a year.
The new couple hit it off, and a year later they were married in Hawaii. Isabella took an immediate liking to Michael.
He, well, was my dad from when I was 2 years old. And so that's how I saw him, was really as my dad.
In 2007, Michael and Schanda found success, channeling their experience in recovery into a new business.
We're going to provide care and we're going to meet you where you are.
Partnering with a doctor to start a chain of addiction treatment centers.
So we wound up opening, at one point, I think there were 14 centers throughout the South.
8 years later, they made a decision.
We sold the company.
How much did y'all make on the sale?
The two of them, Michael and his partner, we sold the company for $21.5 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
But their life as happy millionaires didn't last long, say prosecutors Donald Connett and Kenny Hebert.
You know, money and free time with someone with an addictive personality isn't a great combination.
Schanda was seeing that firsthand with Michael in 2017, less than 2 years after the sale of their company, when she found a bottle of Adderall with Michael Handley's name on it.
So what we believed at our treatment center was that use of something like that amphetamine could open the doors to a world of trouble. So when I found the bottle, it terrified me. And I can remember telling him, this could lead to death. This could lead to something devastating.
And soon things got even worse when Schanda discovered that Michael was seeing another woman.
He was having an affair. And all I could think was like, I don't even know who this man is.
Schanda issued an ultimatum. Michael had to go into treatment. But when he refused to get help, she made a difficult decision.
I changed the locks, and Michael was locked out of the house, and he started to lose his mind at that point. And so after a couple of weeks, he said, "You're gonna regret this." And then that turned into, "I'm telling you, it's gonna get bad."
The Handleys' life together was falling apart fast. Michael accused Schanda of assaulting him. She was charged, but later acquitted by a judge. All while Schanda was begging the authorities to see that she was the one in danger.
If Michael wasn't apprehended, he was going to kill me.
As Schanda Handley was recovering in the hospital, investigators were learning the details of her tumultuous past with Michael Handley. They knew they had to find him and the kidnappers fast. They started scouring the last place her abductors had been seen, this canal.
There's a fisherman, and he reported these two individuals waiting by him in the water, and one of them pointed a gun at him and said, "Be cool."
But as the kidnappers had been swimming towards freedom, the canal's unforgiving current had other plans.
Behind me at the Intracoastal Canal is where 2 bodies were found yesterday.
They found them floating in the Intracoastal Canal, drowned.
Dead?
Dead.
They were later identified as Sylvester Breea and Arsenio Haynes.
What did you think when you found out they were dead?
I thought, I'm not going to have to worry about them hurting me, as sad as that is.
While investigators suspected Michael Handley was responsible for the abduction, proving it might have been difficult with their main witnesses, the kidnappers, dead. But Handley, it seemed, had made it kind of easy for them.
Detectives are running the VIN number on the white van. That VIN number leads them to an Enterprise dealership in Baton Rouge. So, well, a few days ago, an individual named Lawrence Michael Handley came in and rented the van. And then, a couple days before that, he went to Barney's Police Depot, which is a store that carries specifically police-issue merchandise.
Handley was seen on store surveillance cameras as he pulls up and purchases handcuffs. Finding evidence allegedly connecting Handley to the kidnapping wasn't difficult, but finding him turned out to be the challenge.
I'm asking if Michael's been apprehended, and they said no. And so they said we need to lay low for a little while.
With a fortune at his fingertips, investigators feared he could be anywhere and a danger to Schanda once she was released from the hospital. So they came up with a plan of action.
We decided on a safe house outside of Lafayette.
Sid Hebert, a former Louisiana sheriff, was part of the security detail watching Schanda 24/7.
We had a Lafayette sheriff's deputy in a marked unit on premises. No visitors, no package deliveries, nothing until further notice.
Even in hiding, Schanda was feeling relief that Michael was finally being recognized as a threat after living in constant fear prior to the kidnapping.
The terror that I was in for those 3 months, the kidnapping was nothing in comparison. The kidnapping was a blessing.
What?
The kidnapping is what allowed me to get to a place where people were willing to support me.
In the beginning, how many people believed Schanda?
Not many.
But Schanda had found a fierce ally in Christine Meir, her divorce attorney. Christine knew all too well what Schanda had experienced.
The most dangerous case I have ever heard about, let alone been a part of.
What made it so dangerous?
Michael Handley. He was constantly stalking her, telling her that he knew where she was, threatening her daughter with harm.
Schanda called the police several times, but felt she wasn't taken seriously. Christine helped Schanda secure a restraining order, but says Michael found creative ways to make it effectively worthless.
He disguised his voice. He also used an app that picked up dummy numbers that he used to contact her. So there was no proof that it was him that was actually violating the protective order.
And he seemed to be tracking Shanda's every move.
He was able to spy on her through her own laptop computers, her alarm system. He compromised all of that. Nothing was out of bounds.
Michael's behavior was growing increasingly erratic, even though he was the one to initially file for divorce in the spring of 2017. He soon changed his mind, and Schanda says now he was demanding they reconcile, or she'd pay a humiliating price.
He says, some of our private videos are going to go out to people in the community.
Intimate videos?
Intimate videos.
Schanda struggled over this, but knew she couldn't take him back.
So videos went out to hundreds of people in the community. My cousins, uncles, administration at the school, political friends, neighbors. I sat and cried and was sick to my stomach. I almost didn't stand up.
Just when Schanda thought she couldn't take any more, on June 8th, 2017, almost 2 months to the day before the kidnapping, Michael Handley slipped into her house through the garage.
He was enraged. He reeked of alcohol. He was furious. And he had me pinned up against the wall. And I screamed, Isabella. Well, he put his hand over my mouth and he pulled out a gun, a 9mm.
A gun?
He pulls out a handgun and he said, if you scream or anybody comes to interfere, I will shoot you both. I will kill you both. Do you understand me?
Schanda says that after hours saying anything she could think of to calm him down, she finally convinced Michael to leave.
As soon as he walked out of that gate, I ran in the house, bolted the door, and I started screaming and crying. When Michael left that day after he had attacked me, I was 100% positive he was going to kill me.
Police were called once again, but they didn't arrest Michael Handley.
I can see in your eyes that you're getting emotional.
Oh, I felt as though I was being told that I was lying and that I was making it up.
This is why women don't report abuse, because they fear they will not be believed.
How many times had Schanda filed a report against Michael?
I believe that the actual reports filed were a couple dozen, if not more. As far as how many times was there an arrest made, there wasn't.
Why?
A lot of times he was out of state. Sometimes the investigators felt like they didn't have enough evidence to actually go forward and get a warrant for the arrest.
After the kidnapping, investigators were confident that this time they had more than enough evidence to make an arrest. But could they find him in time?
So somehow, Michael is able to track Schanda down to the place that she's seeking refuge.
Does Michael Handley know that the cops are onto him?
Yes, because at some point he tried to charter a private plane, and so the pilot essentially said, I am not going to be taking you anywhere because you're a wanted man.
The pilot reported it to police, but Michael was long gone. And as he continued to evade authorities, Schanda got a text message from a strange number claiming that Michael had also been kidnapped, saying in part, pay the ransom for your husband and pay us 500 large or we will send him home in pieces. A day later, friends received a shocking photo of Michael. He was nude, handcuffed, and seemingly injured.
And he's got blood on it.
Right.
It appeared to be from Shanda's kidnappers, but investigators knew that couldn't be true.
We know that it obviously wasn't from them because they're dead at this point. So Michael is behind these messages.
On August 11th, 2017, after a 4-day manhunt, detectives finally cornered the multimillionaire. Once accustomed to private jets and 5-star hotels, he was in this off-ramp motel in Slidell, Louisiana.
We begin with new information on the arrest of a Lafayette kidnapping suspect.
As they took an oddly smiling Michael Handley into custody, investigators began sifting through the nearly $10,000 in cash, pizza boxes, and illicit drugs, finding this to-do list. On it were things like burner phone, hair dye, cash. But its final task was even more ominous, says prosecutor Kenny Hebert, since Shanda's safe house was just 35 miles away.
But on the bottom of that list were the words, finish the job.
And finish the job would mean?
In our opinion, he was going to kill her.
With Michael Handley now in jail, Schanda and her security team decided it was finally safe for her to come out of hiding.
It was time to go home. And that's what she said, I just want to go home and rebuild my life.
But with his track record of evading justice, Isabella was skeptical that the worst was behind them.
I remember thinking that it was almost pointless that he was being arrested. It felt like he had all the power and he was going to keep all the power.
Michael Handley pleaded not guilty to a litany of charges, including conspiracy to commit second-degree murder. And prosecutors got to work building their case against him.
Anytime you're on our side of the table, you start thinking, what's the defense going to be? we could not figure out what his defense was going to be.
There was no question that she was a victim of a kidnapping.
But, says Kevin Stockstill, the man who Michael Handley hired to defend him, the physical evidence doesn't prove his client played a part in any of it.
Were the van and the handcuffs enough to convict him?
I don't think so.
That is because, Stockstill says, there is an explanation for everything. It started when Michael hired Sylvester Breea, not to kidnap his wife, but instead, he claims, to move some furniture. That was the reason Michael rented the van, he says, and made no effort to hide it.
Mr. Handley, goes into the Enterprise rent-a-car location with his credit card in one hand and driver's license in the other.
So you thought you could explain to the jury, hey, listen, nobody who's actually going to commit this crime is going to go in with their license and ID and buy it themselves.
Correct.
It was all innocent enough, Stockstill says, until the would-be mover went rogue. Stockstill theorizes Sylvester Breea saw Michael's desperation to get his wife back and decided to use it to his advantage. That's when he enlisted Arsenio Haynes to help him kidnap Schanda and hold her for ransom.
So you're thinking the kidnappers could have wanted to extort Michael to get money from him, so they would have kidnapped his wife?
Potentially.
And of course, he did buy the handcuffs, but Stockstill says he only used them to stage that fake kidnapping photo.
So, as he's bound and gagged, he's bound with handcuffs.
It was just the latest example, according to Stockstill, of photos and videos that Michael had been sending to Schanda for months, showing him in emotional distress, and in one case, apparently beaten up, in a misguided attempt to try and win her back.
I love you.
Because Michael had a proclivity to try and stage these things to get, sympathy from Schanda.
But as the defense prepared to argue that the kidnappers acted on their own, Schanda Handley made a damning discovery while cleaning out a remote Mississippi property they owned.
Schanda starts getting some of her personal belongings. Well, one of the things that they found was this camera.
It was a type of camera called Arlo, and Michael Handley used it for security.
When Arlo detects sound and video, Arlo starts recording.
That's right. That's right.
Well, it turns out he accidentally turned the camera on himself.
All put together, what did the camera record?
I mean, hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours.
One of the first videos is from 2 months before the kidnapping. Michael is by himself in a hotel room and is apparently talking to himself.
You see him moving around, and at some point he picks the camera up and he puts it in a bag. And you hear him say the words, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her.
Kill her. Kill her.
Prosecutors believed the her he intended to kill was Schanda, and that Michael was even more explicit just days later in a conversation with a friend in the living room of the Mississippi house.
They're having beers and they're discussing the issues that he's having with Schanda.
I don't know. Pretty stubborn, Marty. The other woman was just going to surrender to the other. That's what's going on. Right. Yeah, she's not going to, and you're not going to.
The friend later said he didn't recall hearing what Michael said next.
That's why she'll die.
Michael says, that's why she's gonna have to die. So matter of fact.
In yet another clip from just 2 weeks before the kidnapping, Michael Handley is caught with Sylvester Breea at that property, planning how it was the perfect place, prosecutors say, to bring Schanda to torture her, and possibly worse.
He specifically says, it's almost impossible for anyone to get in here. To which Breea responds, and it'll be impossible for her to get out.
I see you can't break it. I see you break out.
I mean, did you think you had a rock-solid case before that?
Yes.
Well, what'd you think after it?
I thought I must have done something right in the world.
Then, in a move no one saw coming,
I just want to go to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Michael Handley agreed to tell his side of things. While awaiting trial for the kidnapping of his estranged wife, Schanda, Michael Handley was held in the Lafayette Parish Correctional Center. But Schanda says even though Michael was behind bars, he continued to harass her.
I've received a lot of mail, letters, while he's been incarcerated. I got numerous calls.
Can't they stop him from calling you?
I guess not.
On top of that, Schanda lived in fear that Michael just might get out. That's because at one point, the defense argued that Michael was suffering from mental illness and was not guilty by reason of insanity.
When Michael was sober, he was a fantastic individual, very talented, willing to help people. When he was found at the hotel in Slidell, there were drugs there. There's no question that he was using again. I don't know the level of his responsibility, but I think it's a combination of substance abuse and some mental illness.
For prosecutor Kenny Hebert, however, it was a desperate attempt to get Michael released.
They did it so that they could get some psychological professionals on the stand to say he needs to be out of jail and he needs to go to these mental health facilities. Well, we're talking about mental health facilities that don't have nearly the security that a jail has.
Michael's defense team submitted mental health records showing that he suffered from bipolar disorder, complicated by drug addiction, which they say rendered him legally insane during the time leading up to the kidnapping. 2 court-appointed doctors agreed, but the judge ruled that Michael was competent to stand trial and must remain behind bars.
Once they initially failed to get him out, they withdrew that plea.
And why'd they change it to?
They just changed it to regular not guilty.
While Michael Handley's criminal battle was heating up, in March 2018, his divorce from Schanda became finalized. Schanda was awarded all of the assets. There was only one problem.
There is no money. There's no money. Millions of dollars vanished.
Michael was a very eccentric person. He was obsessed with the collapse of the American dollar. So much of their money was in gold bars.
Schanda said she had seen gold before and knew that there was gold somewhere on that property. I believe people actually went out with metal detectors to try to figure out if he stashed it somewhere. No gold was ever recovered. So there's all of this money that's unaccounted for, but we know it's got to be out there somewhere.
On top of being left with nothing, Schanda says she suddenly found herself responsible for repaying her now ex-husband's massive debts.
How much of a hole did he leave you in?
$750,000. I can't comprehend how I'm now in a position where I owe this sort of money.
Schanda felt like it was a slap in the face after enduring so much. But it wasn't all for naught. During the settlement negotiations, Shanda's divorce attorney, Christine Meir, had subpoenaed Michael for a deposition. And surprisingly, he agreed.
That's wild.
It is.
I can imagine that someone with the arrogance that Michael Handley had insisted that he was going to be testifying and it was going to be fine because he is the smartest person in the room.
Shanda's divorce attorney and the prosecutors had agreed to cooperate with each other. And everyone was interested in hearing what Michael Handley had to say.
It was a risk.
Because he might go into that deposition and say stuff that really jeopardizes his criminal case.
I've never been more nervous in a deposition than that one.
Raise your right hand, sir, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth?
Dressed in a striped prison uniform, Michael answered questions for 10 hours over 3 days.
I was hanging on every question.
I bet you were.
Yeah.
It was a chaotic and hectic time. I was living out of hotels. I've been moving from hotel to hotel for several months.
Michael was asked about his relationship with Sylvester Breea and the reason he rented that van.
I had hired him to move furniture. I rented the van to make a move, to move the furniture.
He stuck with his original story.
He said that he had hired movers in order to move furniture, and they went rogue because they thought he had money.
I got a phone call. As soon as I answered the phone, I said, hello. They screamed, we've got your wife. And I just remember because it was like I got punched in the gut. like one of those moments when you go into not real.
But when pressed about the details of how he first met Breea,
I don't recall.
Michael claimed he couldn't remember much about the weeks leading up to the kidnapping.
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't recall. That's why I'm hesitating. I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall. There are big gaps in my memory. I don't know. I don't know. The reason that I don't recall is because I was high. I was living like a rock star. I was on and off medications during this period of time, and I was under the influence of substances. Mental illness is tough, you know?
But he insisted. Despite the gaps in memory, there was one thing he knew for certain.
I would not kidnap my wife.
He would cry and say that he loved her so much.
I don't remember.
That he was so sorry. It was that type of manipulation.
I have tremendous regret.
During the deposition, Christine pulled that Arlo camera recording in which prosecutors believe Breea and Handley were caught talking about the plot to kidnap Schanda, the wife Handley claimed he loved so much.
I queued up where one of the kidnappers was telling Michael, and you know, if she gets out of line, I won't hesitate to kill her. And I said, what kind of movers tell that to you? And his fear was palpable, and he said, oh, I don't know, Christine. People tell me all sorts of things.
Michael Handley withered under questioning, poking holes in his own defense with his own words.
The civil attorneys provided us with those deposition transcripts shortly after receiving them.
And with the trial date fast approaching, Michael's defense attorney feared the worst.
We were of the opinion that he ran a significant risk of a conviction.
With the walls closing in, and hours before the trial was set to start, Michael Handley indicated he was open to a deal.
He would plead, to second-degree kidnapping. The minimum sentence would be 15 years. The maximum sentence would be 35 years.
Prosecutors Donnie Kinnett and Kenny Hebert say there was a lot to take into consideration.
The problem with a jury trial is you almost never know.
But I also knew that there's Schanda Handley, there's Isabella. You've got victims that have to relive that moment if you go to trial.
Ultimately, the decision to take the deal or go to trial was Shanda's.
I was so scared that if we went to trial, that it could work out beautifully for him, because Michael always lands on his feet. Once Michael's out, I'm no longer free.
In July 2021, all Schanda Handley wanted was for her ex-husband, Michael Handley, to stay behind bars. So she agreed to accept his plea of guilty to second-degree kidnapping.
I didn't want to take any risks. I would rather the plea deal than to take the chance and go to trial.
Less than a year later, on March 24, 2022, Schanda was in the courtroom to find out what Michael's sentence would be. Isabella was there too, as was Michael.
What was it like to come face to face with him in court?
It was so surreal, And I think, honestly, for both of us, it was this really strong, powerful emotion that we both felt, but mine was hatred.
Hoping to help convince the judge to give Michael the maximum sentence, Isabella chose to give a victim impact statement.
What did you say at the hearing?
I really kind of told a story about how difficult it really made my life and how difficult it still makes my life, because I didn't think he knew that it affected me as well as it affected her.
Schanda also had something she wanted to say to Michael.
I told him that he wrecked everything and that he destroyed everything, and that how could you, we had we had a good life. We had a good family, and we adored each other. He was the person I most admired in this world until then.
Do you think Michael understands his actions have had an effect on his former wife and stepchild?
I think that he does.
Do you get the sense the guy's sorry?
I think so. I think he's capable of remorse.
Yet when it was Michael's turn to speak, instead of a tearful apology, he gave yet another new story. This time he admitted he did, in fact, hire the two men to kidnap Schanda. But he claimed it was all fake and staged so that he could swoop in, save her, and be the hero.
What he really wanted to do was emerge as the white knight who came in and rescued her. It was a way for him to try to win her back, but he never really intended to hurt her. It was all a big game.
In the end, the judge sided with the prosecution and gave Michael Handley the maximum penalty.
A Lafayette man was sentenced today in the 2017 kidnapping case of his estranged wife. Lawrence Michael Handley received 35 years in prison for the crime.
35 years. -5 for time served. Puts him out when he's 79.
79. Are you okay with that?
I'd rather he never get out.
Are you still afraid even with him behind bars?
Oh, yeah.
That concern is something Isabella shares.
Do you fear for your safety from Michael Handley?
Yeah, I do. Nothing could stop him. I just see him as a villain, not a good person, and I'm not sad about it. In my mind, he's changed to a completely different person, so it doesn't feel like I've lost my dad. It feels like I've lost a stranger.
The now 20-year-old college junior chooses to focus on the valuable lesson that she learned from her mother.
It's so powerful to see how my mom handled this situation. She's shown me how she can overcome something so horrible and turn it into something great and become an even better person out of it.
Welcome to our house. I'm glad that you're here.
Schanda has found renewed purpose working with others like her. She sold property, took out a loan, and opened 2 sober living homes dedicated to helping women get back on their feet.
We want you to feel comfortable. I want you to feel like this is a safe place where you can start anew. It's been really, really rewarding. And you know, from my experiences that I've had, the challenges that I've had, I'm able to show them firsthand that we get up, we keep going, we put one foot in front of the other, and we will persevere.
An important part of moving forward for Schanda has been recognizing those who stood by her. And while she did speak on the phone with Chad Martin, that officer who saved her, she never got the chance to thank him in person until now, when we arranged for them to meet.
So good to meet you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm looking at you to see if I can remember.
I remember. I'm really glad that I was in the right place at the right time to help you. Really glad.
Yeah.
Thank you. I feel like I owe you everything. I guess my greatest gratitude in you saving my life is that my daughter gets to have her mom and have a good life.
Wow.
Thank you. Give you another hug.
Wow.
Yeah.
"48 hours to miss it would be a crime.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?